Let the gauntlet begin. It's SEC Baseball opening weekend from Austin, Texas, where the second-ranked and undefeated Texas Longhorns host the Ole Miss Rebels for the first time in over 100 years. It's a beautiful Friday night at Dish Falk Field for Game 1 of 30 in this SEC season. And we welcome you up to the broadcast booth alongside longtime Texas State head coach Ty Harrington. I'm Wiley Bowd. And Ty, when you look at this SEC season, when it starts, that juice really gets flowing.
Oh, it's a gauntlet, all right. It's 10 weeks, 30 games of unreal college baseball, and we've got a great one here tonight with the University of Texas and Ole Miss.
Now, Ole Miss, they have some veterans who have been through this gauntlet before, led by Judd Utermark, their senior, one of the top home run hitters in the country.
Oh, this young man's swing is really shortened up, and with that has come a lot of power.
And Utermark, as you said, 4 home runs in the last 6 games. That swing has shortened up, and the numbers back it up as well. 23 RBI, just 2 shy of the team lead, and 10 home runs. One of 11 players in Division I baseball with double-digit dingers so far this season. Now look at the Ole Miss lineup. And along with Utermark and a couple of returners, they have some transfers, including Tristan Becerra coming from Clemson. He's gotten off to a terrific start as a Rebel. But they will have a challenge tonight as Texas sends their Friday night ace, Ruger Riojas. Ty, it's hard to imagine him getting off to a better start than what he's done through 4 outings this year.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can. This young man has improved so much from a year ago being a reliever to a starter. And the stuff you're seeing right now from him off the mound with 8 different pitches in his arsenal, he has been really good.
So Ruger Riojas, the senior out of Wimberley, Texas. He has added some weight in the offseason. He's got one of the best mustaches on the team, and the stuff is for real. Ty, like you said, 8 pitches from 2 different slots.
Yeah, it's 8 different pitches. And look, you say that, and as a coach, I'm like, wait a minute, what? How many? But it's real. I mean, and look, it's a cutter, it's a curveball, 2 speeds on his curveball or a slurve, and then he'll go to a splitter. And then on top of that, it's a 94 to 96 mile an hour hard riding fastball.
And he leads the SEC with those 42 strikeouts against just 3 walks. And Texas hoping to continue their undefeated start to the 2026 season. Their second under head coach Jim Schlossnagle, who's sporting a mustache as well. The SEC Coach of the Year, of course, Texas winning the SEC regular season title with a 22-8 record in conference play. Meanwhile, Ole Miss, coming off their best season since that national championship in 2022, hosted a regional winning over 40 games. And we are ready to begin the first pitch of SEC play from Riojas. Misses down and in at 97. First pitch at 6:33 here in Austin.
That's your first look at the velocity that he has gained over the last 2 years since being here at Texas.
And Dom Decker fouls off 97 that time. Transfer from Murray State, the SEC's leader in walks. So it's the SEC strikeout leader on the mound and the SEC walks leader at the plate.
Yeah, and you got a man on the mound right now. Doesn't walk very many with 3 on the year, only 3 on the year.
And the 1-1 cut on and missed. And it's not just the velocity time, but it's the carry.
Carry. I mean, it just finishes. That's the best way to put it. In baseball terms, he's got great life. There's a lot of different it just finished. And when I say it's hard, boring fastball, it just keeps roaring at the plate.
1-2. And Decker lifts it in the air to left. Anthony Pack Jr., the freshman out there, makes the catch. And 1 away here in the top of the first.
He shortened up his swing just to make contact with that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Ended up being a routine fly ball out to Pack in left field. But that was all heaters to the first hitter of the game.
And now Judd Utermark, one of the few right-handed hitters in this lineup tonight for Ole Miss. Only 3 righties against Riojas tonight. And 96 over the inner half for strike 1. Utermark, 6'5", 250 pounds.
That used to be tight ends and left tackles in college football.
Ooh, that pitch nearly sails past Carson Tinney. That'll wake you up if you're Jeff Head behind the plate, huh?
It'll get you going.
Texas, as we said, undefeated, coming off a win Tuesday night down in San Marcos, their first true road game, taking down Texas State 15-4. Ole Miss, meanwhile, they lost a heartbreaker against Southern Miss down in Hattiesburg on Tuesday, 2-1, just their third loss of the season, and Ole Miss sweeping Evansville last weekend. Another two-strike count.
He's just trying to get elevated. He's going elevated fastballs right now, trying to get him to chase up out of the zone. But it has been 7 straight fastballs so far from Ruger Riojas.
Two. And that fastball lifted into left. Pack coming in. Rodriguez going out. It'll splash down between them. And Udemark gets jammed, but plops a single into left.
Well, you'll take a hit any way you can if you're Udemark, especially off a 96, 97 mile an hour fastball. But you're right, this ball got in on him, but he also shows you how strong he is. That ball's probably about a couple inches above his knuckles, and he's able to still get it over the shortstop's head into left field for the game's first base hit.
Riojas had given up just 11 hits in 22 innings. I mean, the ERA, $1.23. Every number he's had this season has been impressive. And fouled straight back by Will Furness.
There's a different look at his fastball, going to a two-seamer with a little bit different arm action. That fastball moving left to right as opposed to that hard-boring 97 mile an hour four-seamer.
And our first non-fastball misses high. Will Furness out of Nacogdoches, Texas. Preseason All-SEC third team, and as many fans are well aware, the son of Eddie Furness, LSU Tiger great, College Baseball Hall of Famer. And 96 misses high. And the velocity for Riojas, Ty, that's where the real eyebrows have been raised this season, considering where he was last year, which was still solid, but it wasn't 96, 97.
I saw this young man throw his first pitch, well, not his first pitch, but his first couple in college as a freshman, and it was 89 to 91. And as you get a good look at it right there, that is a downhill fastball. When he gets his fingers over the top of this baseball, you'll see it going downhill. It's got a lot more carry to it. And when he goes into the first base side of home plate to these left-handed hitters, that ball is flying in there.
Good block behind the plate by Carson Tinney. But when you see an arm add 3 miles per hour in the offseason, Todd, how does that happen?
Well, you get with the right pitching guy, and you get with the right training people, and then you got to have an attitude of which he has. I'm going to be the best I can be every day. And this young man loves to play baseball, and he is a tremendous athlete.
So a full count. Swing and a miss. Took a little something off, and Furness is down on strikes. First punch out of the night for Ruger Riojas.
Yeah, that's his cutter, 3-2 cutter. Doesn't break much. Watch it, but it's one he can land in the strike zone. Feels comfortable with it. Comes up with a big strikeout.
And now another lefty. Tristan Becerra climbs in, the transfer from Clemson. He takes low ball one.
One of the other things about Riojas, and Ole Miss can run. Udemark can run as well, but he gets his leg up high, but it's quick. It's not a long, slow knee kick. I mean, he gets it up and gets it going, which puts a little pressure on the base runners to have to get a better jump and maybe even trying to time him. And really particularly when he's throwing that four-seamer, that ball getting the home plate a lot quicker for the catchers, for Tinney.
This is down and in with that cutter. 2-1. Tinney, a transfer from Notre Dame. Behind the plate for Texas, replacing Ryan Galvan. That was a big piece for Texas last year. Riojas trying to work around a Udemark single. here in the first. And for Ole Miss, Ty, you look at some of their numbers and the personnel, it feels like this is a team that can really make you pay if you make a mistake. But on the flip side, there is some swing and miss in there. If you execute your pitches, you probably have success against them. 3-1.
Yes, to your question statement, yeah. I mean, all the above. I mean, look, they've got great power in there. Oftentimes with power comes strikeouts. They like to be patient and get pitches they can hit. But now, early in this game, we see a 3-2 count with a runner off on the pitch now.
3-2. Swing and a miss, and down goes Tristan Vacetta. A couple of strikeouts for Ruger Riojas. SEC play is underway here at Dish Falk. The undefeated Longhorns come to the plate when we come back. This is a Texas offense that features a lot of exciting pieces, but nobody showed up at the ballpark today, Ty, feeling better about himself than Casey Borba. 4 homers last 4 games.
Yeah, I got to experience 2 of them on Tuesday night in San Marcos. And very similar to Udemar, they have shortened their strokes down from point A to B, meaning the start to where contact is, and he's able to get up on some of these elevated fastballs and drive them out of the park.
And there's a look at the Longhorns batting order. Aiden Robbins hitting .422 there in the 3-hole, and that tells you the story right there offensively for Texas. Double-digit runs in 6 consecutive games. Last time they did that was 1940. If they do it again tonight, it'll be a new program record. But they will have their work cut out for them. Hunter Elliott, preseason first-team All-SEC selection, and Ty, he is a crafty lefty plus.
It's real stuff. I mean, it's a plus 90 fastball, similar to Riojas in that his fastball finishes, and he likes to use it up in the strike zone for a strikeout pitch. Best off speed, oftentimes right-handed hitters, it's going to be his changeup that gets him out of a lot of jams. And when he's really dealing strikes, he is really tough on any offense.
As you can see, the walk total's a little high, 15 and 19 2/3. He has also hit 6 batters, but as Mike Bianco pointed out when we spoke to him earlier this week, that he had a similar start to last season, was able to dial it in. And Ty, it's imperative he does not give up too many free passes tonight.
I mean, it's something you look at as a stat and go, hey, that's several walks and that's 21 free base, but he pitches and he navigates through that with his stuff and his competitiveness.
He'll begin his night by facing Ethan Mendoza, Longhorns second baseman.
Texas's lineup has been patient, selective. Their strike zone recognition so far this year has been really, really good.
Elliott lands a heater in for strike 1. Ethan Mendoza, junior from Bedford, Texas. He's already hit 4 homers this year. That was 1 off his season total last season. He did lead the Longhorns, hitting .333 last year.
Well, I mean, everybody's seen the physical difference. He put the time in over the summer and the fall to get stronger. Put on good weight. There's a difference between putting on weight like me and putting on good weight, right? That's for the athletes. That's a different look, but and a different purpose, mind you, as well. But his is on the athletic side, and he's been able to apply more force behind that barrel, such as power now.
Well, in my humble opinion, when you get to the point in your career you're at, Ty, there's no such thing as bad weight. It's all good weight.
Oh, I don't know about that.
2-2 on Mendoza. Hunter Elliott in his 5th season now at Ole Miss, a redshirt junior. And this pitch is hooked foul towards the seats down the left field line. That'll end up in the concourse. But Hunter Elliott, as many know, started that national championship clincher against Oklahoma back in 2022. Had some forearm tightness on opening day in 2023. Made just 1 more start before going under the knife for Tommy John surgery. And Mendoza Chase is up and away, and Hunter Elliott begins with a strikeout.
Well, that's his pitch to the right-handed guys with his off his changeup. He likes to go to this elevated fastball. We talked about it in the opening. It gets about halfway there, and it just explodes. It's almost like it just keeps rising, even though it's not. It stays on plane, and it finishes.
So after that Tommy John surgery, missed all of 2024. Came back last year and was stellar. An All-American, 10-3 ERA, below 3. As he misses high, ball one on Carson Tinney. But for Elliott, just the 5th pitcher in Ole Miss history with double-digit wins and over 100 strikeouts last year for the Rebels. And he was a big get to get back for this year. And the 1-0 is skied high in the air. Looks to be into the seats. That'll land to the chairbacks behind the Texas on-deck circle.
Look, he got to admire a young man because he, for multiple reasons, how he is as a competitor, but he knew that trying to rehab through that 1 year, and he thought, I'll do this, maybe it'll get better. Didn't. That put him in the middle of the season, which meant it was going to knock him out for the next 2 years possibly. You're going to look at that changeup. Tinney just swung through. And he was willing to do it for his team. He loves to pitch. He wanted to be out there, and he wanted to help his team. And because of it, he mixed the next 2 seasons. But he is live and real tonight.
And the 1-2 chase and a miss. Changeup from Hunter Elliott. Back-to-back strikeouts.
Well, that's what that elevated fastball has got so much carry to it. And you can come back and back it up with this. Watch this thing just like it starts diving down towards the right shin guard of the catcher, but to those right-handed hitters, it looks like a fastball coming out of his hand.
Well, Ethan Mendoza and Carson Tinney combined had more walks than strikeouts this season, but they punch out back-to-back to begin things in the bottom of the first, and now Aiden Robbins. And you know he's going to have a heart rate going tonight. Ty spent the last 2 years at Seton Hall, and when he committed to Ole Miss as a transfer over the summer, he said there's nothing like SEC baseball. Just watching it on television, you want to be a part of it. Now here he is, his first SEC at bat.
Young man just bounces around the ballpark. I mean, he's got that life in his body, his mentality. He's an exciting baseball player. Obviously, the offensive numbers speak for themselves. He's a great defender, a great base runner, too, a very instinctive base runner.
Ahead 2-0. And Robbins comes up empty on that swing.
When you see a lot of swing miss on fastballs, that tells you the story of what that fastball is like for those hitters and how hard it is to catch up to it and how different it is.
He drops from there for a strike. We saw 97 in the top half of this first inning. Ty, at 92, what makes it hard to catch up to?
It's just a delivery. It gets to the top of the baseball. It's got great life to it at the end. Great finish, same thing. Even though it's 92 coming out of the end, it's 92 and it's finishing across the plate. It's got great deception to it.
And now Hunter Elliott looking to strike out the side here. 3-2 on Robbins. He got him with the changeup, and Hunter Elliott begins his SEC season in fine fashion. The lefty mows down the Longhorns here on the 40 acres. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Just a phenomenal Friday night here on the 40 acres. And we've got phenomenal pitching, not just in these two starters, but in these two staffs, Ty.
Well, they are off to a great start. These two guys on the mound, but when you start reading these stats right here, that's ridiculous. When you start looking at the ERAs, the strikeout walk ratios, that's why you see top 10 in Division I.
And Riojas back to work. Feathers one over for strike one. And on the Texas side, this is a Longhorn staff that led the SEC and ERA last year, so not a complete shock to see their arms having more success, especially considering who they return. bouncer third base side. But on the Ole Miss side, they struggled last year on the mound, big picture-wise. Obviously had Hunter Elliott, SEC, all SEC arm and All-American arm. But ultimately, they were 10th out of 16 in the SEC in the ERA.
Yeah, but now, Elliott's a one more year experience.
Oh, no doubt.
I mean, and that adds to his leadership. They add some guys out of the portal to help them. And for Texas, they do return some guys. I mean, all three guys are going to start this weekend were guys that pitched for them a year ago. Ironically, two of them were out of the pen and now are starting, with Riojas, who started the year in the pen for him. Spencer was so good for him at the beginning of the year. Then when he went down, that was a big blow to their pitching staff. I think Texas now feels like they've got a lot more depth out in the bullpen and more options in the bullpen.
And you could say the same thing for Ole Miss as well. You talk to people around the Rebel program, they feel like this is the deepest bullpen they've had in quite some time. 2-2 on Colin Reuter. And he serves one into center field, falling fast and in front of Aiden Robbins. A leadoff single for the designated hitter Colin Reuter in his second year as an Ole Miss Rebel.
Colin Reuter doing a really good job on this cutter. It's an 88 on our cutter. Stays in the middle part of the plate. He does a good job of staying on it. Doesn't try to pull off of it or try to elevate it to left field. Rewards himself with a base hit back up the middle.
Now Daniel Pasella, transferred in from Illinois State last summer. A wave and a miss at 95, and Ole Miss led by head coach Mike Bianco in his 26th season, of course, leading the Rebels to that national championship in 2022. And then a couple seasons after that, it was a struggle, but hosted a regional last year. Another swing and a miss from Pasella, 0-2.
He's a good one now. I'm telling you, we cut our teeth together as young assistant coaches, both starting at our alma maters, me at Texas and him at LSU, and made our way through the ranks, compete against each other. He is a tremendous coach and an unbelievable person. As you see a fastball off the plate for a swing miss strikeout for Riojas, but just an unbelievable creative coach. The Ole Miss fans get to see it on a regular basis, right? You're looking at 9,000-10,000 people piling in for every game and what he's been able to build there. But a national championship on his belt, too, and those are not easy to come by.
And to your point about the Ole Miss support, I know it's early in the season, but the Rebels do lead the country in attendance. Now a bunch shown and dropped down back to the mound. Riojas will go to first, retiring Braden Randall. That does move Reuter up to second now with 2 out.
Well, Riojas is a tremendous athlete. Was a shortstop in high school. I mean, you can hear Max Weiner talk about he might be one of the best outfielders they have because he's just so athletic, does a good job breaking in on his ball. Didn't have to go very far. Comes up with it, makes a nice, easy throw to first base. And then Mendoza had to take off running for third base because they were in a pull side shift to make sure the runner didn't keep going to third.
And now Austin Fawley. Offers at the first pitch and fouls it off. But as you were saying about Mike Bianco, cut his teeth at his alma mater. In fact, he came to Texas for a couple of games with LSU back in '94 as an assistant, and came back as the head coach at McNeese State. But this is his first time with Ole Miss playing here at Dish Farm.
Yeah, but when he was at McNeese, I had just gotten the head job what was in Southwest Texas, and we were in the same conference. So McNeese was the team. That's who you had to beat to win, the Southland Conference. And Mike was winning the championships at McNeese and then going to regionals. But you could see then the kind of coach he was in building a roster, and just like his mentor Skip Bertman, bringing the community in to get involved with a baseball program is what they've done at Ole Miss, and it's fun to watch them on TV, and the fans, they go nuts.
Lifted in the air, foul ground. Tinney gives chase, and he is out of room. Stays 1-2 on Fawley. You mentioned that McNeese job. Coach Jim Schlossnagle for Texas, he wasn't shy about it. He was one of the other finalists for that job, and he and Coach Bianco go back as well, but ultimately it was Mike Bianco who got the job.
No, they're close friends. Like they have spent a lot of time together, young in their careers as assistant coaches, recruiting. A lot of it in Louisiana when Jim was at Tulane. Their paths crossed often, and they're great people, right? So you're going to have a natural bond. You're on the road. Hey, look, when it's 110 degrees outside in Texas and Louisiana in the middle of summer and you're chasing baseball players around, it's okay to meet somebody at the end of the day and go, hey, man, gosh, it was hot out there. And you're grinding, trying to build a roster and a team and a program.
Another 1-2 to Foley. Tried to get him to chase that slider outside, but Foley wouldn't offer.
No, that's that three-quarter arm slot. That's the different arm slot. That's why his arsenal goes up to 8 different pitches when he drops down just ever so slightly. Watch tough on those right-handed hitters. He starts that hand and that ball back behind them.
Nearly got him to chase, slowing away, and appeal down to first. Dave Susi says Foley didn't go, and he's worked the count full here. This next pitch will be the 8th. For a guy in Foley who's gotten off to a slower start offensively, this is a quality AB. Payoff. Got him. 96 on the outer edge. Foley's down on strikes. And we are still scoreless going to the bottom of the second. No score so far on this Friday night at Dish Falk. Texas and Ole Miss. Game 1 of this 3-game series. SEC opening weekend, and 2 of the most storied head coaches in the SEC, Mike Bianco and Jim Schlossnagle, going toe-to-toe to get things started, each with over 1,000 wins. And I mean, Ty, we talked about it some in the last half inning, but these two guys, not just at the peak of their profession, but as Coach Schlossnagle said, they're dear friends.
Yeah, they are. We talked about it a second ago, just how close they are, but they are 2 of the best in this business now. I'm going to tell you that right now. They are really good.
Adrian Rodriguez at the plate. First met down at a junior college tournament in Florida when Mike Bianco was recruiting for LSU. Jim Schlossnagle recruiting for Tulane.
I told you, you're out recruiting. You're going to meet lifelong friends. When your young assistants out there grinding, and I mean grinding, watching 4 or 5 games a day, from sun up to sundown. And I'll say this too about this great sport, and particularly college baseball. Baseball is a big, small world, and the relationships you develop and are able to take with you are truly special.
And Rodriguez comes up empty, 2-2. And you see Rodriguez, his pre-pitch, there's a lot of movement going on in his stance.
It's just a timing device for him, getting himself ready. But when you watch closely, when the pitcher starts, his mindset starts towards him. It starts to calm down, and he's just getting in a ready position.
Ooh, slashes one past the first base dugout into the seats. Hope everybody's okay.
What you just saw from Adrian Rodriguez is typical of him. He sees the ball as deep as any hitter that I've had a chance to watch this year so far. What I mean by that is his hands are so quick and his eye-hand coordination is so good, he will wait as long as he can to foul it off or to make contact with it.
Strike 3 called. Hunter Elliott spots one on the outside corner. He struck out the first 4 batters he's faced now.
This thing is, this changeup is filthy right here. He just does such an unreal job of attacking it. It's just sitting right up there on the outer half of the plate with its ball strike. It's a 50-50 call by the umpire, but man, that thing is rough.
When you say attacking it, you mean attacking the zone?
Oh, no, attacking it with his arm speed and his body. It's the same body hand speed as he uses with his fastball. just like that right there. That's a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. His arm speed, his body speed, everything is the same. So when he now offsets that ball in those last 3 fingers, he's doing the same thing. He's just putting less pressure behind it and force behind it, and then he adds that little tail at the bottom of it by cutting his thumb and his finger through the middle of it. He doesn't give any indication to a hitter that it's going to be a changeup, and often enough it's the same rotation of his fastball. You don't recognize broken spin. You know, sometimes you as a hitter, you'll see broken spin, and all of a sudden you go off speed, and you're able to adjust to it.
1-1 on Temo Becerra. He's had no problem throwing it for a strike as well. Becerra, transfer from Stanford, has hit 5 homers in his last 8 games. He hit just 4 in his 4 years at Stanford. At the bottom of the zone, Elliott gets the call. 5 strikeouts to begin his night.
Now this one's going to be right at the bottom of the zone, maybe even below it just a little bit. It looks like it could be. But when you're around the strike zone enough with the fastballs and the changeups, you're going to get some of those calls. That one looked like it might have been below the strike zone. Either way, home plate umpire thought it was strike 3.
And now Anthony Pack, the freshman lefty, takes a first pitch strike with the fastball. Well, we entered tonight, Ty, talking about some of the control troubles that Hunter Elliott has had this season. Not a hint of those so far through an inning and 2/3.
Well, I think he's had 2 big misses where they were out of the box where a hitter wouldn't even think about swinging at. The rest of them have been smaller misses or in the strike zone.
Pack, a freshman, a double and a homer on Tuesday night down in San Marcos at Texas State.
That looked like a changeup as well, and you don't. A lot of left-handed pitchers don't like to throw their changeup to left-handed hitters because it falls into that down and in window to them that allows them to pull a ball down the line and off and out of the park. They often prefer to go to that breaker you just saw right there as opposed to that changeup, but he's got enough confidence in it that he will throw that changeup to left-handed hitters.
And now a 2-2 count on Pack. And with a big breaking ball there. Pack, one of the fastest bats in this Texas lineup. Trying to find a way to put the ball in play.
That time, Elliott he reached back and got a little more on that one. Most of them, he's been comfortable, 91, 92. That time he set above the rubber a little bit longer and reached back there and grabbed a little bit more of it. Got it up to 93. Trying to throw the ball by Pack.
After shaking off the 2-2 pitch. Fought off.
Pack doing a good job seeing that ball late right now. Chu trying to shorten up. Foul balls off. Keep trying to hang in there to see if Elliott does make a mistake. Maybe something lands in the middle part of the plate.
2-2. Lifted down the left field line, slicing foul. But already the longest at bat by a Longhorn hitter so far. Again, Texas has not put the ball in play yet. 5 up, 5 down, 5 strikeouts for Hunter Elliott.
You can see 9th pitch of this at bat. That's important for a hitter. That's 9 bonus pitches you get to see that you get to remember going into your next at bat. I always believe that guys in the dugout, the more they have to throw to one guy, you get a look at all the pitcher's pitches. And if you're doing your job in the dugout, you're trying to time it up and pay attention to how he's throwing or what he's throwing.
Ooh, and Pack is hit looked like the left hand. That's Texas's first base runner, but hope the freshman's okay.
This ball got him pretty good. I know the trainer's going to go out and see him, and rightfully so. This got him pretty good. You can see the look on his face when you're trying to hop around to try to make that pain go away. I think this thing got him on the top. We'll get another look in slow motion with this unreal camera work right here. Oh, got his index finger. Looked like he got his left index finger. Look, if you've never been hit by 90-mile-an-hour hard object, you don't know what that look feels like, and it is not something I'd recommend to go home and try. I mean, it is intense when you get, and particularly when you get hit in the fingers and the wrist and the hand area.
Well, good to know I'm not missing out.
Yeah, no, you're not.
So Pack hit by a pitch, and now Casey Borba coming off a 2-homer game on Tuesday at Texas State. And Hunter Elliott tosses over to first. He led the nation with 13 pickoffs last year. And Pack, as a runner, 6 for 7 to lead Texas in stolen bases so far this season.
Yeah, opponents are only 2 of 4 off of Elliott. And it is a premier move. It is good. His delivery to the plate, he uses the same leg lift. And then right at the very end, and he showed an okay move, not his best one, but right at the top. And he looks at home plate like he's going to the plate, and then he shifts his hips to ride down that 45-degree angle to pick it first. There it is. And as much video is out there now for these base runners and coaches, for these pitchers, they know that too. So they got to work hard on their moves to make it, to make them real and good enough, because if not, there's enough video out there for these guys to pick up your weakness or your tendency in your move.
And Borba goes after a changeup. 0-2 on the junior. One of the keys to his hot offensive start, hitting over 355 homers, is he's been using the whole field. Another pickoff.
Yeah, he's brought the right field into play for him offensively, even with power. But one of the things that is, I personally think, that's made Casey Borba good too, he sees a lot of pitches. I mean, he doesn't panic. He doesn't chase very often early in counts. He's willing to see. We see the pickoff, and they've got him picked.
And it hits Pack in the back. So he is safe at second base. The throw from Will Furnace. And you're right, Ty, they had him.
Yeah, they do pick him, and Furnace has got to get a little bit further in towards the home plate side of the line. We'll get a better look right here. Oh, he does it, but he throws it back into him. And really what you're trying to do right there is you're trying to throw it to the right shoulder of the shortstop or second baseman who's covering the bag to create a throwing lane. And this is the part where Coach Bianco's going to come out and go, was he inside the white line going from first to second? And I think I'm pretty sure that's what they're discussing right now.
And on this turf field, Ty, you do have that reference of the white line. Of course, it's, I don't say imaginary, but it's still in play at any baseball field. But given on this turf field, you really get a firm look at it.
Yeah, here's a look of it right here. I mean, hits him square in the back. I mean, it moved up into the line some, but that's why you always try. It's hard, but you try to throw that thing to the right shoulder of the defender covering second base.
So now runner in scoring position for Texas. 0-2 on Borba. And he's down on strikes. Another changeup, and Hunter Elliott just smothering the Longhorns. We'll catch up with his head coach, Mike Bianco, on the other side of this break. We've got no score on a Friday night in Austin. There's 2 innings in. This feels like a Friday night in the SEC. Texas and Ole Miss are scoreless. We're thrilled to be joined now by Ole Miss head coach Mike Bianco. And, Coach, you told us earlier this week about Hunter Elliott that those walk numbers were high in early season last year, similar this year. Is this the best he's looked tonight?
Yeah, early on for sure. What we talked about, the other day is, the fortunate thing for us is he's Hunter Elliott, and usually he pitches out of it. So he's had some tough starts to some games, but you can tell he's feeling it tonight, and he's pitched really well.
Coach, at the beginning of the year, there's always opening day, regular season, and for your 25th year, then it's opening day for the SEC. And just how much fun and how special is it looking down
You're going to have.
I
can't hear you.
What I was trying to say is that in this now, the opening of SEC has still got to be a special opening of the regular season is, but now the SEC has got to be fun and special for you.
It really is. I mean, there's nothing better than Friday nights in the Southeastern Conference, and first time that we've been to this stadium, so we're excited.
Well, Coach, enjoy it. Thanks for the time, and best of luck the rest of the way.
All right, thanks, guys.
26th SEC opener for head coach Mike Bianco at Ole Miss as Hayden Federico comes up empty.
You could do this 100 years, and opening day, regular season, and then opening day of conference. It's different. It's just you put your shoes on a little bit quicker. You probably get to the ballpark 15 minutes quicker than your normal routine is. It's just the way it is, particularly in this conference.
Federico showed bunt. He pulled it back, and for Coach Bianco, he could have been doing this for 100 years, Ty, and this would have been the first time he comes to Dish Falk.
Yeah, that's a great point. I couldn't believe when I heard that, how long it's been since Ole Miss has been to Austin.
1912, the last time Ole Miss played here in Austin. That was April 8th and 9th of the 1912 season, Monday and Tuesday. A couple of games, and then that Sunday, the Titanic sank.
Yeah, I didn't know how to take that when you told me that.
And a hard hit ground ball through the teeth of the shift. And a leadoff single for Hayden Federico. Third hit for Ole Miss off of Ruger Riojas, one trip through.
Yep, third single of the night for the Rebels. But this ball gets, you would have to place this any better than what this was and how hard it was hit, because they had 3 defenders on the right side. It looked like a fastball down and in. Federico doing a really good job of getting the barrel down to it. Able to drive it through the 3 defenders on the right side.
And now Dom Decker takes inside a fastball at 95 from Ruger Riojas. So one trip through. If you're a hitting coach for Ole Miss or a hitter for Ole Miss, what were your takeaways against Riojas as you prepare for a second look?
Well, that's the part that has made Riojas good, is he's been able to change his pattern. He doesn't throw the same sequence. He shows you something different your second and third times through the lineup. What's interesting now at the top of the order with Decker, and you got the 9-hole Federico on, do you and you're at a plus count hitting-wise now. And now he's got him up in the 3-0 count. And obviously they'll probably be taken here. But as the count grows to 3-1, 3-2, even though running the bases and stealing bases are part of their offense, not completely, but if you get to that 3-1, 3-2, do you start the runner up to create some action?
Well, no need. A 4-pitch walk from Ruger Riojas. Riojas just 3 walks in his first 24 innings this season.
Yeah, 2 of those misses were pull side. It just looked like he pulled 2 fastballs over to the left-handed hitter batter's box.
And now the table is set for Judd Utermark. Already 10 home runs this season. Unloads in the first pitch and scoops one down into left field, racing around third. Here comes Federico, and diving in safely at third is Dom Decker, and the Rebels draw first blood. An RBI double for Judd Utermark.
Yeah, Utermark does a good job seeing a fastball in, recognizing fastball, hits it down the left field line, and in the process of coming up with his single, they go from first to third. Pack tries to throw him out. You see an elevated fastball to Udemark. He drives it down the left field line. And in the meantime, runner going from first to third, they try to throw him out at third, allowing now Udemark with a heads-up play and a hustle play getting into second base. And now you got runners on second and third and nobody out with a run in.
And Will Furnace, the 3-hole hitter at the plate, takes a strike on the inside corner. Riojas giving up just 3 runs in his 4 starts entering tonight. A base hit here could be 3 runs in 1 inning.
There's been a trend in college baseball over the last couple of years that, when these guys with these 4-seam fastballs, they may show a secondary pitch when they get ahead in the count with a runner on third base with less than 2. But a lot of times they're going up in the strike zone now, trying to get those hitters to recognize elevation and not be able to catch up to it and get a strikeout out of it.
This is inside 1 and 2. So what you're saying is with some of that softer stuff low, that helps you get the hard stuff
often,
high.
not all the time, but you'll see a lot of guys do it because they need you're hunting a strikeout right here, particularly with 2 strikes. And sometimes they'll try to elevate so those hitters can't lay off of it because they know a fly ball gets the runner in from third.
And a bouncer to the right side, charging Borba. His only play is at first, and that will be an RBI for Will Furnace. Decker in to score. Udemark to third. 2-0 Rebels here in the top of the 3rd inning.
It's one of those moments as a hitter you like the idea that, hey, if I can just get the ball in play in the middle part of the field or something slow rolling, it's going to get that runner in from third or fly a ball. And now Texas, with 1 out and 2 runners in, they're going to bring their infield up to cut the run off at the plate.
And it's Tristan Becerra batting from the left side. And Riojas gets ahead at 93. The inning began with a leadoff single from Federico, a 4-pitch walk to Decker, RBI double to Udemark. And a liner smoked into right center field. That'll score Udemark, no problem. And now Becerra, big turnaround first, but nice work cutting that ball down in the outfield to hold Becerra to a single.
Yeah, and I tell you what, this ball's hit hard. Obviously, if they're playing back, it's probably right at the second baseman. But when you bring them up like that, you increase the ability to get the ball through. Like a 2-seamer out over the plate, elevated enough. He just hits it just out of the outstretch of Mendoza.
So 3 runs home here off Riojas. And now the pitch gets past Tinney, and Becerra moves up to second anyway.
Well, that's something you don't see a whole lot of out of Riojas, and that's spiking a fastball at 94 in front of the catcher. That's why you saw it bounce off his palm and over his head and allowing the runner to get into scoring position. Just doesn't do that very often.
First wild pitch of the season for Riojas.
Like I said, he does not do it very often. That's going to get a visit from Max Weiner, the pitching coach for the Longhorns.
Weiner, 31 years old in his 2nd season as the pitching coach at Texas. And Ty, whether you're talking among fellow college coaches or even at the major league level, Max Weiner is one of the most highly thought of pitching minds in the game today, particularly of the younger generation.
I would throw in there, he is a savant when it comes to pitching. Everybody's got their own opinion about everybody, and that's fine. But if you're asking me or if you're throwing it over to my microphone, I'm just telling you that's what I mean, he is really talented. Look, he's young. Right? Experience is what he creates for himself at that age to be able to have the knowledge and the experience, or he's got a gift of understanding what it really takes, and then he puts the time in to make these guys better and understand the science and the emotion behind it as well.
Let's see if Riojas can have more success against Colin Reuter. And a line drive right to second, bodied up by Mendoza. He'll make the play over to first for the second out. Tristan Becerra up to third.
This is a good play by Mendoza. They were in a pull side shift with the right-handed hitter up. This ball's hit on a button right past Riojas. Mendoza does a good job of basically chesting it up, but got it into his glove. I thought when it hop it did, I thought it might hit off his glove and go to the side, but he does a great job of staying with it.
And now Daniel Pasella, chance of the runner at third and 2 down. Comes unglued on the first pitch and comes up empty. 3 hits in the inning so far for Ole Miss, 3 runs home. Flips one in for strike 2.
It's a good looking backdoor breaker. Through the first cutter in on him. Looks like an inline fastball and just keeps running in. That time it's a backdoor breaker.
Foul back. By the way, they have changed Udomark's double to a single, advancing on the throw, as you pointed out. 0-2 on Pasella. Swing and a miss. Pasella retired, but Ole Miss plucks 3 runs off of Ruger Riojas, and everybody is fired up. It's SEC opening night, and the Rebels with the lead here on the road. First team All-SEC selection for a reason. Hunter Elliott, not just with electric stuff, but a proven track record, and he has looked like a Friday night ace so far tonight.
He sure has. I mean, that stuff is so real. I mean, and look, it's 91 to 93. It's not the 97, 98 that you might see on Friday nights around the SEC. But that fastball just explodes, and on top of that, he's running that nasty changeup right in behind it.
Only 1 base runner allowed so far. That was Anthony Pack, who was hit on his left index finger. And now Jaden Duplantier takes the first pitch strike. Duplantier in the lineup as an extra right-handed bat. But again, Elliott, he's able to neutralize those righties with that changeup.
That's a tough pitch to take. That ball starts in the strike zone. That was a slider at 85 to the right-handed hitter. It starts out in the strike zone and disappears. Duplantier doing a good job of laying off of it.
And that's been the hallmark of this Texas team through this undefeated start. They have not expanded the zone.
Now, they see a lot of pitches. They do. They see a lot of pitches.
Duplantier making just his 3rd start of the season tonight. And he takes low, 3-1. Senior out of Humble, Texas. Little brother Andre pitching for Texas the last 6 years. And he draws a walk. Elliott didn't feel that miss by much.
No, that's a borderline, right at that kneecap area where may have been 1 or 2 have been called tonight. So it's a tough call because you got to make the decision as umpires. That ball strike, and that one looked like it was below the strike zone. First, as you just mentioned, first walk of the night for Elliott.
I think Timo Becerra's asking, was that pitch a ball? Because he was rung up on one that was around the same spot. Here's Josh Livingston. Takes strike 1. And so far, 9 hitters have come to the plate tie for Texas. Not a single one is offered at the first pitch.
The part about it's information for your timing, for a lot of different things. Plus, you want, on average, to get a guy up to 15 pitches an inning so you can get, pitch count up. You see that his move again. That's not his best one. That's his, I got a good move. And then you don't know it yet, but I got a better one.
And another move over.
What you're teaching your runners is when you see him pick his knee up at his foot, don't assume he's going to the plate and drop your eyes or take your eyes and turn it to home plate. When you do that, you're out at that point. They're going to get you. You got to keep your eyes on him the whole time and a baseball. And it's a high leg kick, right? So if you knew what it looked like, you'd be able to steal second base because it's a 1.5, 1.5 from when he starts it to getting the ball to the catcher. So, I mean, it's a longer, move to get there, but it's just you can't do anything. You just sit there and wait and look to see if you see anything.
Well, that's probably one of his two choices, right? If you're Hunter Elliott, you either have to speed up or you better have a pretty good pickoff move.
He got the good pickoff move is what he went for. And then if you go first move when he picks it up, I think he's athletic enough, even if he wasn't planning to pick, he could still figure out a way to throw the ball over without balking.
Another pickoff throw over to first.
And he does a good job of making the runner at first think he's going to the plate because he looks at home plate. Like, I'm dialed in on my target, right, on the catcher. And the reality is he's picking his knee up, looking at trying to get you to take an extra step off so he can pick.
1-2. Up and in, look out. Josh Livingston transferring in from Wichita State, where he spent the last 2 seasons. Had a monster season last year, 15 homers. Led the Shockers as well as 48 RBI and a slug of over 550. Two.
There are base runners, and coaches teach it. When you have a left-handed pitcher early in the game, they'll fake break, like they're going to go and try to show that to get him to make a move so you can see it more. And you're not going. So as soon as he picks his foot up, you're going back to the base. But just to try to get a glimpse of what that move looks like.
And Duplanier dives back again. Kind of reminds you of when you'll have a pitcher on the mound try and bait a hitter at the plate to show if he's trying to bunt, right? Trying to tip his hand.
Yep. Any kind of intel you can get can help you. And then obviously they've seen it on video, but to see it live from first base is a different experience.
Duplanier's going. The pitch home is low, and Duplanier has it stolen. Second stolen base tonight for Texas, and now a full count on Livingston.
That goes back to what we were just talking about. It's a high leg kick, and because of that, if you get the read on the move, you're going to go into second base. It's going to be hard to throw him out. As you can see, the throw was up the line a little bit anyway, but it wasn't going to be there in time.
So a full count now. Josh Livingston a chance to put the Longhorns on the board and answer those 3 runs from the top of the third. Drives it deep, but way foul.
That ball stayed in on him the whole way. Obviously an off-speed pitch.
51st pitch of the night for Hunter Elliott. High, ball 4. So back-to-back walks to begin this third inning. And now the top of the order coming up for Texas.
Yeah, this is a fun offensive moment. First and second, nobody out. You're going back-to-back walks. You know that, if he's not on top of it like he was the first 2 innings throwing strikes. Now, do you take here a little bit more patient, and or do you go to a small game right now, knowing you got Tenney coming up behind a right-handed hitter. So this will be fun to see. And to be honest with you now, the runner at second, he's going to have to shorten his move down a little bit because otherwise Duplantier can get a chance to steal third base.
And a right-handed hitter at the plate. Mendoza sends one high in the air, deep to left. That ball is climbing, carrying, and gone. We are tied.
Well, we said it was going to be an exciting part of the offense right now, and what might happen. Get a look at a fan who got the home run ball, but Ethan Mendoza absolutely smothers this ball with his barrel and drives it out to left field for a 3-run homer to tie the game up with one swing and a bat and an aggressive swing, an 0-0 count. Gets aggressive with it and doesn't miss it. Here we get another look at it. Oh, just center cut. He knew it. Not everybody else in the stadium knew it yet because the left fielder kept drifting back. That's a 3-run home run for Mendoza.
And Ty, that was the first time tonight that a Longhorn has swung at the first pitch.
Well, I told you, to me, it was an exciting moment. What are you going to do? Are you going to let the leadoff guy swing? You're going to bunt? You're going to run? I mean, there were so many things on the table, but the one that, ended up happening was thought of, maybe a hope if you're a Texas fan, but he landed all over that baseball and drove it out to left field.
And with that home run, Mendoza has now matched his career high from last year of 5.
He put the work in to get stronger, and it's paying off for him and his team.
Still nobody out here in the 3rd inning.
Well, one of the things you got to understand about hitting too that just happened, not on that pitch to Mendoza, you go back-to-back walks. So what is a pitcher trying to do? Throw the ball in the strike zone. So as a hitter, that gives you the green light to go, I know he's got to try to come in for a strike. I can gear up a little bit more and get a little bit more ready, thinking he's going to try to throw a strike, and he did.
Well, it's something Coach Schlossnagel talked to us about, Ty, was the idea of picking your spots. He feels like a few hitters in this lineup have done a better job of identifying whether you're in a positive leverage count or in a spot where the game dictates that you can try and take that shot early in the at-bat.
Again, yes, but that goes back to he knew, he goes, he's got to try to get ahead of me. He's got to try.
Tinney holds up, 3 balls and a strike. Tinney took a shot at it, and Elliott climbed the ladder.
Yeah, he did. I mean, that's that elevated fastball that's so hard on right-handed hitters to stay off of, but Tinney saw it elevated, thought he might be able to get to it.
And a ground ball sneaks into center field. First 4 Longhorns have reached here in the bottom of the 3rd.
Well, this has so far been the old answer back inning for the Longhorns. Ole Miss scoring in their half. On the top half of it, Tinney doing a good job of staying on. That's a changeup away from him. Coming off the heater before the pitch before, does a great job of keeping that barrel in there long enough to drive it back up the middle.
And now a visit coming here. This will be Joel Mangrum, second-year pitching coach for the Rebels. And you saw that reaction from Hunter Elliott when he saw that ground ball. He thought perhaps a chance for Braden Randall to get there, but he was shifted a few steps towards the hole, and sometimes a shift gives, sometimes it takes away.
Yeah, no, I mean, but what's interesting is both teams now, second time through, offensively, sat in there a little bit longer. Both teams grabbing walks, right, and then being able to take advantage of them. Now, 2 different ways. Ole Miss doing it with base hits and singles, and then Texas coming back with Mendoza coming up with a 3-run homer, but still aided by 2 different walks by both guys, second time through the lineup.
And it's been a hallmark for head coach Jim Schlossnagel throughout his entire time at Texas A&M, going back to his time at TCU. Pitches per plate appearance, and Ty, they're averaging well over 5.
That's unheard of. I mean, it truly is unheard of to have guys that are willing to work so hard on their plate discipline.
And now Aiden Robbins, the 5th man to hit, still nobody out. And Elliott swerves one in for strike 1.
Well, that's a great example. That's a breaker that a lot of guys are going to swing at. That's a borderline ball strike pitch. He calls it a strike. That's fine. But if you try to swing at that, you're going to pull it foul because it's running into you. And he says, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go to the next pitch.
Checking in on Carson Tinney. So after that mound visit, what do you think the message might have been to Hunter Elliott?
Or just a conversation of, hey, stay with this, stay with that, the plan of how you're going to get after Robbins.
Bouncer to third. Udemark waits on the second hop and gets the throw over to second to Decker. So Tinney is forced, but no chance of doubling up the center fielder, Aiden Robbins.
No, but this is a good play by Udemark because had just enough top spin on it that it was going to get him almost in between hop. Watch him retreat back, look at him back up, back pedal, but still gets it with both hands, knowing the whole time Tinney's hustling to second base, and it was going to be a close play. He does a good job of getting it to the second baseman, who ends up acting like a first baseman to make sure they get an out at second.
And now Adrian Rodriguez struck out looking at his first at bat. Another pickoff throw over towards Robbins. And Ty, when you look at Judd Udemark, I mean, 6'5", 250, your reaction might be, I'm not sure how good he is defensively, but you look at what he's done.
Yeah.
He's played a lot of different spaces.
You know, he just made a really good play. I know it didn't look like it was a spectacular play, but it was a good, solid defensive play at third.
This ball lifted in the air to right center. Federico underneath it makes the catch.
Now, this is that time of day when the sun's trying to set that the ball really starts to blend in with the color of the sky. And Federico does a good job. You can see he's smiling right now, but there was a little bit of, I know I see it, or maybe I don't, and he does a good job of staying with it and securing the catch.
And now Timo Becerra. Beautiful night. Couldn't ask for better weather. Mid-March.
Man.
77 degrees, our game time temperature. And a breeze. And ball 1. But going back to Udemark again, he's a better defender than what you might think at 6'5", 250.
Yeah,
he's able to play a lot of different positions on the diamond and played mostly second last year, now at third.
Well, if you're that big, you got to be so flexible because you got to bend further, right? Obviously, and it's a show of his athleticism. They were showing the skyline and how beautiful it is here. And I mean, there's nothing going on in this town other than South by Southwest.
Yeah.
We got SEC opening weekend baseball. We got SEC softball. For a lot of Longhorn fans, there's spring football practice. I mean, there's so much going on in this great town. It's a great weekend to be a part of it.
Down and in, it gets away from Fawley. And motoring up to second, Aiden Robbins is in the scoring position. The go-ahead run.
You see both pitchers now have given up wild pitches in back-to-back innings or half innings. Riojas did it the half inning before. Now Elliott doing it as well, giving him a plus 90, getting Robbins in the scoring position now with 2 outs.
And a walk to Becerra on 4 pitches. Third walk of the inning for Elliott. We talked about those freebies from Hunter Elliott being a little bit of a challenge this year. That's now 3 walks and a hit batsman tonight.
I mean, it's been right at that 1 an inning, a little over 1 an inning when you're counting in the walks and the hit batsmen. But you heard Coach Bianco talk about it. He went back to his stats the year before, and he was like, he's not too far off of what he was the year before. He's able to navigate through some of it.
And now Anthony Pack, who was hit by a pitch on his left index finger. And Elliott will throw back to second. 3 runs home in the inning for Texas on the 3-run homer from Ethan Mendoza. Base hit and a walk have put 2 more men aboard for the freshman Anthony Pack Jr.
Those are bigger misses. Those are a little more your attention. You know, early the first 2 innings we talked about his misses were small. These are a little bit more extended.
Locates that fastball. Elliott having to work hard in this 3rd inning. This is his 28th pitch of the inning, and it'll wait, and it looked like, oh, close. Becerra caught leaning the wrong way, just able to sneak in there.
Yeah, this is a backdoor timing pick that's called from the dugout to the defender at first base through the catcher and pitcher, right? It's a design play because the first baseman's playing behind the runner. You can see him break in, but that's tough because he's got such a good move to go with it as well.
Tapper back to the mound. Elliott's got it, and that ends the inning. But Texas, after giving up 3 in the top half, roar right back. A 3-run homer from Ethan Mendoza. SEC baseball is back. Number 2, Texas with a 3 spot in the bottom of the 3rd round, joined by Texas head coach Jim Schlossnagle. And Coach, take me inside that 3rd inning. What did you like about your team's at bats?
Well, we just need to see more pitches. Gumbo, Jaden Duplantier had a great leadoff. AB laid off the 3-1 pitch, and Josh, had an outstanding. I think Elliott's a little more comfortable to the righties than the lefties. At least it looks that way. But Josh had a great at bat, and then Mendoza gets one in the air.
Coach, tell us a little bit about Ruger. He starts off good the first 2 times through, 3rd time a little bit of a hiccup. Unusual walks for him.
Yeah, throwing a lot of pitches. I mean, they're doing a good job. He hasn't landed too many off-speed pitches, and they have been on his fastball.
Coach, thanks so much for the time. Look forward to catching up with you later this weekend.
All right, take care. Hook 'em.
So tied at 3, Ruger Riojas back to work. He's going to look for the shutdown inning that Hunter Elliott couldn't find. And his first pitch is in for a strike on Braden Randall. Able to land a couple of off-speed pitches right there, Ty.
Going to the cutter, and it's just a smaller breaker, or it's almost like a true slider, the old day slider. It's not big, but you can, your break isn't as big, so you can land them and you can command it better.
But it seems like that's going to be a concerted effort, at least to start here in this 4th inning, is trying to get these Rebels off the fastball like Coach Schlossnagle was talking about.
Well, first time it was, here it is, see if you can catch up. Sometimes the plan can be, here it is, try to get your timing to catch up, and then the 2nd and 3rd time through the lineup, it's different. They're all speed, and their timing gets off because they're set up on that fastball.
And that time he uses 96 to get it past Randall, so use the fastball at the end of the at-bat.
At the end of the sequence. Beginning of the sequence was what? To slow him down a little bit, make him look for something secondary, and then he goes right back to that finishing fastball that's just powerful when it gets close to the plate. The movement on that pitch probably starts on the outer half of the plate and just keeps rolling left to right away from the left-handed hitter.
And now Austin Foley takes a breaking ball for strike 1. Now imagine if you're a hitter, when you see that velocity in your first at bat, that's got to be in your mind as you come to the plate for your second trip, right?
Oh yeah, no, that's your time. Yeah, that's your timing. You're set up on, on deck, everything. Your purpose is to get. You have to be on time with a fastball. If you're not on time with a fastball, everybody in the other dugout's going to sit there and go, "You got no shot. I'm rolling this thing right through you." But so you're working on that timing, but he throws 3 different breaking speeds as well. And that's an 83-mile-an-hour curveball. I mean, that's a bigger breaker, and then he'll go to an 88, and he'll shape it up right to left, but not as much depth to it. Doesn't have as much break, and then he'll come back with a slower breaker that he'll peel back a sweeper to like 79, and it's just a lot of different shapes and speeds.
Just hearing you talk about it makes me feel like I've got a case of vertigo.
Well, I mean, it's a lot. I mean, it truly is.
So on the flip side, how do you try and combat that as a hitter? Or you just trust yourself to react?
I mean, you got to see enough of it. It's helpful if you get in there one time. It's really helpful. You get in the box and if you can get him deep into account and have a 7-8 pitch at bat, you can gain some information about what it really looks like. What's hard is if you get in that bat and you have a 2-pitch at bat and all you saw were heaters and you haven't even seen, now you go into your second, third, and you haven't even seen a secondary pitch yet.
This would be the 14th pitch Foley has seen tonight from Riojas. He fouls it off. So some long at-bats out of the 8-hole for Austin Foley, a bat that Coach Bianco told us they need and expect to get going. A guy coming back who could have been drafted last year but opting to return. It might be one of those cases where you know you're an integral part of the plan, right? And you want to deliver and you want to do everything. Sometimes it can get you off on the wrong foot. And Foley's down on strikes, so Riojas polishes him off. 7 strikeouts now for Ruger.
And sometimes you face good pitchers.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he just did. And hitting's hard, by the way. For everybody who's sitting in the stands or at home with their feet propped up drinking a beer, hitting's hard. And it truly is. But he'll get it going. Ole Miss too good of a hitter.
Yep. Had 21 homers last year and led Ole Miss in slugging. So with 2 down, here's Hayden Federico. And the 70th pitch from Riojas. And a bunt pushed up. Ruger's got it off the back foot, fires a bullet, and he got him. What a play from Ruger Riojas. And he gets a shutdown, a 1-2-3 inning.
We talked about his athleticism at the Open. He's going to show it to you right here. Federico with a bunt. Watch him bust off the mound, gets his right foot down on balance, throws a strike for the out at first base.
Well, that tells the story so far for the Texas offense tonight. And one thing to add on that 3rd inning, Ty, was the walks.
Yeah, I mean that's part of it. And that's what they are. I mean that's what they do, and that's both teams taking advantage of it, to be honest. But it is part of their offense. That 390. Look, it's the same outcome. I know it's not as sexy. It's the same outcome as a line drive right back up the middle. And probably even better at times because you're taking a minimum of 4 pitches from the pitcher.
I think even some pitchers would tell you that the walk is more frustrating than that line drive if you bring in the emotions as well.
Well, I mean, it takes some of your confidence away as well. I mean, that's just the way it, yeah. I mean, then you start maybe getting into your own mind a little bit about what am I doing mechanically.
Quickly 0-2 on Casey Borba, the only Longhorn not to hit in that 3rd inning. Struck out in his first at bat on a changeup. See if Elliott goes to it again here. And Borba blasts it high in the air, deep to left. See ya! Casey Borba has given Texas the lead.
This young man right here is getting used to that trot. He's had a handful of them over the last couple nights. I saw this same swing Tuesday night, and the ball landed about the same distance left field, but this fastball center cut. He absolutely just annihilates this ball. 100 mile an hour, as you can see, exit velo of the distance on 371, but I'll tell you what, this young man has got a power swing right now, and it is so short to the baseball, but not through the baseball. That's power.
And now Jaden Duplantier shows bunt after the homer, pulls it back. Longhorns as a team have now hit 32 home runs, top 10 in the nation.
the other night I watched a replay of a game last weekend they played, and he went up after an elevated fastball. And that is hard to do, to be so short from your starting point to get there in time. Did you see Duplantier possibly, trying to drag, but he got there so quick and so short to the baseball, and he drove it out to left field. And it's different than a year ago. His starting point to point of contact is that much shorter now, and then longer through the ball to help him create this power. But you got to get there to have this power, and right now he's able to get there on time.
I know we're talking fractions of seconds, but does it give you a little more time to wait and make a swing decision, or not necessarily?
Yeah, of course it does.
A liner smoked into center field. Good effort there from Dom Decker, and a single from Jaden Duplantier. Let's take one more look at that home run.
And what I mean point A is when he's got his hands set up to the baseball, and I mean he just turns and burns on this ball. And if there's a no-doubter, that's what it looks like.
And what a difference that second time through the order makes, Ty. Texas now with 4 hits. 4 for 7. Second time against Hunter Elliott after going 0 for the first time.
Yeah, and the first couple times now, his fastball had a little more life to it. And because of that made that changeup even more potent. But they also chased a few balls out of the strike zone in the first 2 innings, the first time through the lineup. This time they're not, and he's also center cut two balls in the middle part of the plate.
When we caught up with Coach Schlossnagle, he pointed out he felt like Hunter Elliott was a little more comfortable against the righties than the lefties.
Yeah, that's that arm side run. So arm side meaning the left-handed pitcher, throwing a ball on the first base side of the plate to the right-handed hitters, and he was right. The ball was running away from him, then that changeup was doing the same thing on the same side of the plate.
Little squibber rolled out to Utermark, only play is at first, and he makes it. Great footwork there by the Rebel third baseman. Duplantier up 90 feet.
Well, that's another good play by Utermark. He is shifted over, and this ball squibbed. It looks like it's squibbed off the end of the bat. It is. Watch it come out spinning a little bit, and he's got to go a long ways. I thought he was going to underhand feed the shortstop who was covering second base, but he chose to go to first to make sure he got an out.
And now Ethan Mendoza, who crushed one to deep left field in the third inning to tie the game. Now's a chance to add to Texas's lead. Let's see if he's first pitch swinging again. He is, and rifles one over the head of Nolan Cain there at the third base coach's box. Look out.
That's a tough. That ball starts chasing you too when it's a right-handed hitter and it's hooked. I mean, it's a breaking ball more times than not, or an all-speed pitch, and they get out in front, they hook it, and it's just like it's got a heat-seeking missile. You just can't run away from it.
How many years did you coach third base, roughly?
I don't know, actually.
Did you do it a lot as a head coach?
I did at the beginning of my career, and then I took myself off of third base, I think in, like 2008 or 9. I felt like I could run the game better from the dugout.
Is that more common in today's game,
yeah.
you think, of having the head coach not coaching third?
Yes. I mean, I don't know who started that, but my college coach coached third base. Coach Gus did, but Gary Ward coached third base. I just think as the games went on, the coaches felt like we had limited staffs too. By the way,
Mendoza's down on strikes as Elliott pulls the string on him.
That's what Coach Schlossnagle was referring to right there. That changeup on the outer half of the plate, why he's more comfortable with right-handed hitters. You get another look at this. like a change up away, just keeps running away. And I mean, it's just almost like it gets halfway there and the parachute grabs it.
But with the larger staffs and probably more information to digest as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, you got more. Coach Bianco was talking about. We were talking about the difference in the game now than when we all got started. He says we got so many coaches and staff members. I don't even have a parking spot anymore at the field. We're all fighting over parking spots. You know, and then when we were all doing it, you had 2 full-time assistants, and then a volunteer, and that was it. Maybe a student assistant.
Yeah, being that third or fourth assistant nowadays is a little more financially friendly than it was when you were coming up.
Gosh, yeah. And then, but I mean, now you got GMs, for lack of a better word, and I mean, there's a lot more to it.
0-2 on Tinney. Off goes Duplantier. That pitch fouled off, though.
Yeah, we talked about that, him having the ability to steal third base with that longer leg kick. He's going to have to keep an eye on Duplantier, but he did. He got a great jump. Even though it was with 2 outs, thinking he might go to a changeup or something secondary.
'86 pitch of the night for Elliott. And it's the last one of the fourth as he gets Tinney swinging. But Casey Borba leads off the 4th inning with another homer, his 5th in the last 5 games, and it's given Texas a 1-run lead after 4. Top of the 5th inning, the lights have taken full effect here in Austin. Ole Miss a 3-0 lead in the middle of the 3rd, but Texas with 3 of their own in the 3rd and then another in the 4th. They've got the lead, one of just 2 undefeated teams left in the country. USC, Southern Cal, improved to 18-0 today with a win over Northwestern in Evanston. Dom Decker takes a called strike. And look, I didn't check the temperature in Chicago today. It could have been beautiful. I don't know. But I'd still rather take my chances this time of year in Austin as opposed to Northern Illinois. That's just me, though.
Well, that's why I live here. Yeah. So you're looking at the wrong guy. I don't know what kind of conversation you're going to have right now, but this is truly one of the beautiful places in the world. In this area in the Hill Country, and certainly Austin, Texas.
Speaking of the Midwest, though, Dom Decker's a Midwest guy out of Sellersburg, Indiana. Started his career in junior college at Wallace State, then spent last year at Murray State, where he was infamous in Oxford, part of that racer team that knocked the Rebels out of their own regional. And then after Murray State reached Omaha, he made up for it by committing to Ole Miss and coming to play for the Rebels.
That was a fun story. That makes college baseball, to me, makes it different every once in a while when a team like that, you can use the word sneaks in, but it's not. I mean, they were good. Actually, they were really good.
And Dom Decker retired by Riojas. That's 8 strikeouts now for Ruger Riojas.
Get another look at this breaker. Just falling down. It was almost like running straight down a hill at like 84 miles an hour. Thing's got tremendous depth to it.
Now Judd Utermark. We talked about his power entering tonight, but he's 2 for 2 with a couple of singles and a run driven in. But going back to your point about Murray State making that run, Oral Roberts, I think a couple of years ago. I think if you talk to people around the sport of college baseball, that part of the charm and it's imperative that that threat of a non-major conference school of still being able to get to Omaha, that's what separates it from a lot of the other sports at the college level.
Well, the hard part's winning the regional.
Yeah.
Right? But what I mean by this, you got to hear me through. Yeah, winning a regional is hard, and winning a
Yes.
super regional is harder. But what my point is that winning the regional is hard, but then the super regionals are 2 out of 3. So your pitching staff, you may not have 12 great arms, 15 great arms like some of the teams you're going to face, but you can have the 3 good starters, couple relievers, and have a great backing guy, which Murray had last year. And and you got a chance. That's my point. You have a chance to advance to Omaha that way.
Off the end of the bat and popped up behind the plate, out of play.
Now you're seeing a different arm action. Now we're going through the lineup, the third time?
Yep.
And now he's bringing a different angle into play. This is a 3/4 arm slot that he used a fastball in the 0-0 count. Now he runs that slider off of it. And he just doesn't give you the same look.
And I'm told, Ty, that if you strike out more than half the batters you face, you have a good chance of being successful.
Yeah, well, it can be stingy. Everybody else gets to play.
Strikeouts are fascist. Bull Durham. Liner ripped foul. Well, this next pitch for Riojas will match his season high. They have not pushed him all too deep this first month. Of course, with the offense and how well Ruger has pitched, they haven't necessarily needed to.
That's right. That's part of the recipe. If you know that your bullpen's good enough and your offense is scoring like this, you don't have to extend them. You don't have to push them to where they don't need to be that early in the year.
And a liner smoked again foul. Ooh, just a tick early for Utermark. What do those swings tell you?
Well, he's out in front of the secondary pitch. I'm curious, does he go back to the 3/4 arm action that he started him out in the sequence with? But Utermark doing a real good job of hanging in there and fouling off balls. And that last breaker was a tough breaker.
Gets a piece of that at 97.
That's 97 down and away, by the way. 97 coming off of the 84-mile-an-hour breaker that pitched before. That's 97 down and away.
When you spot it like that, that's supposed to be the end of the at-bat, right?
Indeed it is.
Instead, Utermark fights. He's earned an 8th pitch. And lifted deep to left. This is a rocket, and it's over the head of Anthony Pack. Utermark trying for a double, and he's got it, sliding in.
This might be one of the best college at-bats I've seen in a long time. I'm going to be as honest as I can be. I mean, he saw two different arm actions to start the at-bat with a 3/4. Now it's a splitter in the middle part of the plate that he stays on. He fouled off 3 other pitches to stay in the at-bat and then comes up on this splitter and hits it off the top or the middle part of the wall off one of the best pitchers in college baseball right now. That is a more than quality at-bat.
He got all of it. 109 off the bat, and now Will Furness, chance to drive him in and tie the game. And now pitch clock violation on Riojas. So ball 1. But what you're telling me, Ty, is that 90% or more college hitters would have been out about 3 times in that at-bat.
Oh, yes. They'd have been out 4 pitches into that at-bat. And then especially that 97-mile-an-hour heater away.
And now Riojas will throw down to second.
Yeah, they've got the bullpen going. Texas does. I don't know that they're trying to buy time maybe to get. Yeah, I think that's what they're doing. I don't know if they're going to try to buy some time to get a left-hander hot to come into the face, to go left-left matchup with Furness, or is this a moment to let Riojas catch his breath after that long, exhausting at-bat by Utermark? And so,
well, keep in mind, Riojas has not actually thrown a pitch to Furness.
Yeah,
that one ball was
right.
a pitch timer violation.
yeah, here comes Coach Schlossnagle.
Yep.
So they were buying time. Now he is coming into an account to account. There's a 1-0 count when they do make the move.
So Coach Jim Schlossnagle will take the ball from Ruger Riojas. Hayden LeFew warming up in the Texas pen. We'll tell you about the change when we come back. Ruger Riojas making his 5th start of the season, first in conference play. And Ty, I asked you during the break, how do you think Ruger feels about a start like this?
Yeah, no, he's going to feel fine. Look, he's coming out with a lead. Your job as a pitcher is to give your team the lead when you come out. He's done that. He's made athletic plays. He's made good pitches. I thought his stuff was electric tonight, and at times was better than others, but I thought it was good. I mean, honestly, but the one thing you get about him, like you asked that question, is he going to go home tonight feel right because he puts everything he's got into it. Doesn't always. Sometimes it works out better than others, but that young man puts it in on the field. He lays it out there.
Yeah, Coach Schlossnagle mentioned he's really taken Roger Clemens' quote of, "The only off day I have is the day I pitch." He's taken that to heart.
Yeah, again, I thought he was good. I mean, look, it's 6 hits, 1 walk, or I mean, 2 walks, I think is what it was, or 2 free bases, yeah, and a lot of strikeouts, and he's got his team in a point where they're up 4-3.
And he hands the ball off to Hayden LeFew, the junior lefty, a transfer in from Wake Forest, and he has got that over-the-top delivery.
Yeah, it is angle pitching. What I mean by that, his hand's going to be up above his head, and he's going to be driving that ball straight downhill at an angle that's hard on those hitters to recognize the depth of the pitch when he gets across the plate.
LeFew led Wake Forest last year in appearances, 27 relief appearances, an ERA of about 4.5. But Ty, he had 59 strikeouts in 34 1/3. And he yanks that one all the way to the backstop. That'll move Udemark to 3rd. And now it's 2-0 on Furness.
Well, he knew he was walking into a count with a 1-0 count. You want to try to land a breaker. You don't want to be hemmed into thinking, I got to throw a first pitch fastball, because he'd have been sitting in there on it. But he pulls that breaker over, and now you got the tying run 90 feet away with less than 2 outs.
Infield still back for Texas. Third baseman Becerra a little pinched in, trying to keep Udemark close.
The next 2 guys are left-handed hitters.
Now 3-0. Walked him.
Yeah, saying that you know, is he in there for the hitter he just walked and the next guy, because then it gets busted up right-handed wise by Reuter. But right now, if you're LeFew, you're trying to find a way to create a ground ball possibly, and you know, or strike out, whatever it may be, with the left-left matchup.
Yeah, it's a stretch in the Ole Miss order where 4 of 5 hitters are left-handed, but the one righty is now on deck. That's Colin Reuter. It's ball 1 on Tristan Becerra. 1 for 2 tonight with an RBI single.
The majority of his misses so far have been below the kneecaps. He's too low and trying to adjust his release point.
Lands that one.
It's that late breaker. The ball breaks late. You can see it almost looked like coming out of his hand. It was going to be a fastball, and then it's got late action, down action to it.
Two and 1 on Becerra. Transfer from Clemson. A couple of years ago, Becerra had a strong year. Last year battled some injuries, particularly at the start of the season, kind of got squeezed out of the Clemson lineup. But now a staple in right for Ole Miss. Got the call in the inner half, 2-2. .25 RBI, another tonight puts him at 26 to lead the team. 2-strike count, 1 out. Udemark at 3rd, Furness at 1st. Swing and a miss. LeFew rallies and punches out Becerra for the 2nd out.
Oh, that is a really good-looking fastball. He sets him up with back-to-back breakers, those late breakers. He's going there thinking in this mindset right now, I'm up there looking for a breaker right here, and he just goes extension side with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Like you mentioned, the extension. I mean, he really gets down that mound, so 95 even harder.
It's downhill. I mean, it is from the old Iron Mike. With that hand would come up and throw the pitching machine Iron Mike looking thing.
Reuter takes the first pitch breaking ball for a strike. Kind to come through with a 2-out RBI to tie it up. Ole Miss put up 3 runs in the third. Texas has scored 4 runs since. Infield tugged around to the left side. Back-to-back breakers, yep.
You can see, I mean, it's late and it's big. That is a big breaker. Now he may try to bury one into the turf, but now Texas is going to step out now and put a first-third defense on to make sure that, you know, Ole Miss, if they decide to double steal to create some type of run opportunity with a runner at third.
0-2. Oh my. Tinney thought they had Reuter punched out.
Well, there were 7,000 other umpires in here thought the same thing as well. I think it stayed just above the strike zone. We get another look at it. Caught it up around the mask area.
So 3 breaking balls to Reuter in this at bat. Tying run at third. And LeFew leaves him there. Comes out of the bullpen, puts out the threat. In the middle of the 5th, Texas with the 1-run lead.
Tell you what, look at this breaker coming right out of the treetops, rolling right down under the barrel for a big strikeout to get him out of a jam.
And then there were 2 undefeated programs left. And this year, Ty, those are 2 of the blue bloods in the sport. USC beat Northwestern earlier today. They got a doubleheader tomorrow in Evanston. And, of course, Texas 16-0.
A lot of trips to Omaha between those 2 teams right
kidding.
there now. A lot of national championships. As you mentioned, blue blood. Those are 2 of the oldest playing baseball teams in success.
Lifted high in the air. Becerra coming in. And Robbins is retired on 1 pitch.
Yeah, I think he thought he was going to get a center fastball, and it was a little 2-seam fastball at 88 running away from him. Got underneath it. Nice, easy catch out in right field for Becerra.
Now Adrian Rodriguez 0 for 2.
You asked a question earlier, and look, Ole Miss fans, I hope they take this the right way. You asked me what makes him so hard to hit. It is very similar to, for the Texas fans, remember Greg Swindell's delivery. High leg kick, he would turn his back to his right shoulder to his lead shoulder and show you his back, and so the ball gets hidden from him, from the hitters.
Hard hit one hopper. Randall up to his feet. What a play!
Oh, you got that right. That is a tremendous play. One shortstop to another. Adrian Rodriguez hits this ball hard to the right of Randall. We get another look at this. Oh, that ball was hit hard. The hop came up just enough for him to get to it. Got to his feet and makes a strong throw to get a speedy Rodriguez out at first base.
I think Braden Randall's enjoying playing in his home state tonight out of Rockwell, Texas, up in the Dallas area.
Ole Miss has always had a lot of DFW kids. I just think Elliott hides. As I was going, he hides the baseball, and he turns to you just enough, and then that hand comes out, you know, to the right-handed hitters late. And they get a late look at it.
Rolled over, third base side. Udemark charging. A perfect inning for Hunter Elliott, and he does it on just 5 pitches. We've played 5. Texas with a 1-run lead.
Hey, sports fans. The ESPN app has all of ESPN all in one place. Visit activate.espn.com to see if you have ESPN Unlimited as part of your TV package for no additional cost. It's all of ESPN all in one place. Sign up or activate now.
What do you know? One-run game moving towards the later innings on a Friday night in the SEC. We've seen this a time or two. Number 2 Texas with the 4-3 lead, and in big part thanks to the pitches that Hayden LeFew made coming out of the bullpen there in the 5th. Inherited runners at first and second, 1 out. Strikes out Becerra and Reuter to end the threat and keep the Longhorns in front. Now he'll face a tapper back to the mound. This is a pinch hitter for Ole Miss, as that throw is on the money to retired Tate Sermons, redshirt freshman, who replaces Daniel Pasella. So with the lefty on the mound, Mike Bianco turns to the righty. But Sermons is retired on 1 pitch.
Now both teams getting aggressive early in counts. A couple first pitch swings, which we haven't seen much of tonight.
Braden Randall takes a strike, and it was such a brief inning, we didn't get a chance really to talk about it. But that play from Braden Randall in the hole on a turf field, that was a hot shot. He retired Rodriguez, and now he slaps one into shallow right. Texas shifted, and Randall's retired.
Yeah, we get another look at this. Mendoza's, it's a shift, but I call him the rover because it looks like they're so deep out there. This ball's hit decent. Does a good job of backhanding the ball. Allow Borba enough time to get to first base. Makes an accurate throw. A shift can be difficult for those right and or left-handed hitters. However, they're shifted to drive balls through there on the ground.
And now a conference here between.
Oh, this is buying time because, I mean, look, you got your pitcher just came in on a quick inning, and he hasn't hardly got a drink of water yet.
Yep.
Got his, and all of a sudden you look up, you got 2 quick outs, and the last thing you want is for this guy to go up there and swing at the first pitch. So that's a timeout to let their pitcher catch his breath. Ole Miss's pitcher.
So if you're LeFew, you take that into account and attack the strike zone here?
Oh, yeah, I think he probably will. He was taken all the way. He didn't throw many fastballs. And so you, I mean, you just saw it right there. That's, hey, here it comes. I'm going to get ahead 0-1. I'm pretty sure you're going to be taken.
Make it 0-2.
That thing jumped behind a curtain and just disappeared. I mean, that thing was in the hitting area and just completely wiped out, disappeared.
What will LeFew go to ahead 0-2? Heater up and in. So LeFew has retired all 4 men he's faced so far since coming on in relief of Riojas. Part of this extremely deep Texas bullpen. Popped up. Foul ground. Borba's got it. And that's a 1-2-3 inning for Hayden LeFew. He does it on 7 pitches. To the bottom of the 6th we go. Well, he's got one of the best track records across the SEC entering this year. Hunter Elliott and Ty. He started off looking crisp.
Yeah, it was so good. That fastball had great life, great ride to it. Then rolling that change up right there off of it. I mean, his stuff was electric the first 2 innings. A couple of walks, which he's done all year. I mean, he's been able to always kind of navigate his way through it. Mendoza coming up with the big 3-run homer, but young man's got good stuff. And we thought they were trying to buy some time for him. The reality is they were trying to buy time to make sure they got their bullpen ready.
So Elliott, 92 pitches. And like it's been the case each of the last 4 Friday nights, Hudson Calhoun on in relief of Hunter Elliott, also a product of Tupelo, Mississippi. But this has kind of been Ole Miss's pattern here. They've let Elliott start, and then Calhoun is coming behind him. It's something they've done in years past. And you can see it. Calhoun has had plenty of success coming out of the bullpen.
That's 2 different looks.
Yep.
You got a left-hander at 90, 91, and they're going to see this real tall, lanky guy, 94 to 95 miles an hour with a great breaker. You can see the strikeout walk ratio at 22 punch outs to only 3 walks. It is real stuff.
And Calhoun will begin by facing Anthony Pack. Left fielder is 0 for 1 today. He was hit by a pitch. Doesn't seem like that left finger's been impacted, despite taking a pretty good shot. And ball 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's toughing it out. I know that ball got him good. We saw it, and then we saw his reaction to it as well, the pain he was going through, but a tough-minded young man. That's a tough-minded looking slider right there, too, or cutter at 87 miles an hour, especially on that tall frame.
Yeah, for Pack, his dad played college football at Cal State Fullerton. His sister was a catcher at Ohio State. So those are, you got a football player and a catcher in your family, you better be tough.
That's right. I'm sure there was some nerf football going on early in his career.
And Pack caught looking. Hudson Calhoun starts his night with a strikeout. So did Casey Borba, but then his second at-bat tie, he got a pretty good swing off.
Yeah, he sure did. He caught this middle fastball, and he just annihilates it to left field. But he's done it the last 2 or 3 games. I mean, he's on a home run heater right now for the Longhorns.
I think my favorite face from that dugout was Andrew Ermis. Felt like his jaw almost fell off his head. So Casey Borba, as you said, 5 homers last 5 games. And Calhoun fires Bender, breaking hard and away, ball 1. So take a look at the last 7 games for Casey Borba. I don't think he gives a darn that it's Friday the 13th.
Yeah, no.
Are you big into Friday the 13th?
No, I didn't really realize it till you just said it. Oh, that's not true. I actually knew it. Somebody told it to me earlier today. But heck, almost half his hits are homers. in this stretch.
Been driving that ball to right center field, and Coach Schlossnagle, it's almost been the best part he feels like of watching this streak. He's had some hard outs that way.
That's an impressive breaker. I mean, that's 80. That's 8. This slider's ranging from 87 to 89, and it's got tremendous depth to it. It's not just going from right to left. It's going right down left.
Went to it again. Oh, no, a slower breaking ball. I beg your pardon. Borba punched out. But again, that was a lot of depth on that.
Yeah, no, that's
ball.
That's a curveball. The other 2 have been sliders, and the first 2 he threw him were sliders. This is an overhand breaker. That thing's going straight down. I mean, that has got a tremendous amount of depth. But again, you think it's that harder slider, but then he backs it down, that breaker, with a lot more movement, and at 80 miles an hour.
So 2 down. Jaden Duplantier reached in both trips thus far in just his 3rd start of the season. And obviously Duplantier, part of this, getting the start against a left-handed pitcher. You want the platoon advantage. But for a guy who isn't starting every day, when he gets that opportunity, what do you look for?
That a guy takes advantage of it. He gets his opportunity. He gets his moment. Does he look like he's stepping into the moment, or is he stepping away from it? And you know, as a coach, you see it. You may go 0 for 3 or 1 for 4, whatever it is, but it's your approach. It's what the at-bats look like. What did your defense, did you look like you belonged out there in that moment, in that type of competition?
And again, I haven't asked Coach Schlossnagle this question. This is just purely me speculating. Is it possible that maybe if you had told Coach Schlossnagle that, hey, Duplantier is going to get 2 at-bats and then he's going to face a righty,
oh, they played
maybe
that
he would have pitched it for a lefty?
Yeah, they know that. You just mentioned it's been a 4-game pattern, even dating back. So they're prepared for that in mindset.
But my point being, maybe those first 2 at-bats gives him this chance against a right-handed pitcher as opposed to maybe pinch hitting a lefty.
Yeah, he stayed in there the other night and on Tuesday night as well too. From they started a left-hander, freshman left-hander. He came out after the first, and so they left Duplantier in there the rest of the game, and he had a good game.
And a 2-2 count here. Little tapper back to the mound. Duplantier has speed, but Hudson Calhoun has poise. A 1-2-3 inning for the righty. The 2026 college baseball season now officially 1 month old. UCLA still on top of the rankings. Bruins out there on the West Coast. And then, well, of the other 9 spots in the top 10, the SEC occupies 6 of them, including undefeated Texas. And Southern Miss, big win on Tuesday night, walking off Ole Miss down in Hattiesburg to the top for the Golden Eagles. And speaking of the top, Hayden LeFew is going to continue to work here over the top, and he'll face the bottom of the order, Hayden Federico.
You got that over the top right. That fastball breaker, I mean, when his hand gets to the top and starts it to, and then out front to let go, that ball's at probably 7 feet high. And then that breaker, like we were talking about, it just disappears. It's coming from such a high angle. And when you're a hitter and you're trying to match up your barrel with something running downhill that hard and that fast, trying to square that up with a barrel might be one of the hardest things to do in sports.
And I know he's left-handed, but the way you describe that kind of reminds me of Bryce Elder, who pitched at Texas for a while, and he's a guy who's really relied on that high release.
Yeah, I mean, you're used to seeing, Bryce and doing some work, being around him, but it's like dropping something and trying to hit it. Right after somebody drops it off your head, you got to try to hit it in the middle.
2-2 now on Federico.
I mean, it's similar to Volantis, who you'll see on Sunday.
Yep. 2-2, bounce to third. Becerra around it, throwing side saddle. That's not in time. Federico beats it out. And Ole Miss only scored in 1 inning tonight. That was the third. They scored 3, and that inning 2 began with a Federico single.
Well, this starts off like a swinging bat. Federico gets over the top of it. Becerra's got to come a long ways to get it. But Federico, who can really run and gets down the line, and he outruns that throw from Becerra. And again, Becerra had to come a long ways in to come get it.
So a 2-hit night for Federico out of the 9-hole. Now Dom Decker, who has drawn 24 walks this year to lead the SEC, came around to score on that walk in the third. As we mentioned, Ole Miss with 3 runs in the top of the third inning on 3 singles and a walk, and then Texas, a 3-run homer from Ethan Mendoza in the bottom of the third, tied the game. Casey Borba untied it with a solo homer in the fourth. 0s since. And for Hayden LeFew, he has not gone longer than an inning this season. This is his 5th appearance. He's totaled just 3 innings over the first 4. But they're riding with him right now because, quite frankly, he looks good. He's retired 5 of 6, and that one was an infield single.
Yeah. Texas does a little bit different with their first baseman, Borba, with a left-handed hitter. They'll let him square up to home plate. Watch this. Instead of being straddling the bag like a lot of first basemen, it allows him to cover more ground, particularly with left-handed hitters. With this breaker, guys are going to swing over the top of it oftentimes and hit ball and pull it, just like you just saw Federico do to the third baseman, to the left side of it. But it allows him to cover more ground and he can still pick because he's close enough to the bag.
Big pitch coming up here. 3-2. Tyron at first, nobody out. And a dangerous hitter, Judd Udemark, on deck.
Yeah, you're right. This is one of those moments where you feel like both teams are going, man, we got to get this guy out. You know, Udemark coming up, and if you're on the offensive side, you're thinking, man, if he can just find a way to get a walk, get a base hit, or stay out of a double, whatever it might be, to allow Udemark, who had one of the best at-bats I've seen in a while earlier.
And Decker's down swinging. An emergency hack to try and fight it off. He can't, and that is a big first out in this 7th. And now with Judd Udemark coming up, take a look at his night so far.
Yeah, this ball got in on him strong enough to get it in between the shortstop and left fielder. This one he caught a little bit more barrel to it, got it down the line, turned what was a single into a double, advancing on, and then that at bat right there. If you want to sit at home and watch that bat, watch that one.
Takes ball 1 here. That was a 7-pitch battle. And a look at Udemark's spray chart of his hits. And all 3 hits have been to left field tonight. But you said it, Ty, when he had a couple of soft breaking balls in and then fought off 97 low and away, I mean, that'll really raise your eyebrows. 1-1.
Oh, that thing just covers so much territory. I mean, it's almost, you could almost use the word, covers almost geography. I mean, that thing is just, that breaker from top to bottom, from 7 feet down to 2 feet, 2.5, 3 feet above the ground.
Bouncer to third, foul.
And when you got guys who can throw pitches like this, your corner defenders are going to come into play because guys swing over the top of those breakers so often.
Feels like it's going from the North Pole to the South Pole.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of territory it's covering.
The season high in pitches for LeFew entering tonight was 13. He's now at 35. And misses low.
You know, he's hit with his breaker. He's landing more strikes with his breaker than he has his fastball. I think he threw the strike in there after the coach called timeout. Was a fastball right down the middle.
Check swing tapper. That's a fair ball. Borba gets the out at first. Tag at second. That's a double play, and Texas is out of the inning. Wow.
Get out of here with this. This is an unreal play by Casey Borba. Check swing. Touch first base with his left foot, creating an angle high enough to throw to Mendoza covering. Inning-ending double play.
The real fun is just getting started.
This is why I love this sport so much.
Right where we should be this time of year.
The celebration is on.
We are 1 month into the season, and best of all, SEC play is here. The conference opener across the league. We've seen some tight ones so far tonight. Texas a 4-3 lead after we stretch. Hudson Calhoun worked to 1-2-3 6th. He will face Josh Livingston to start things in the 7th. And a called strike. Let's take a look around the SEC scoreboard tonight. Tennessee gets a road win in Athens. Unsurprisingly, Mississippi State and Arkansas are down to the wire. You were intrigued about that A&M Oklahoma game.
I am. That's the old, I mean, that's the local part of it for me a bit. You know, I have been around both those programs for a long time, but then also I felt like I'd seen both of those teams and wanted to see how that opening weekend, like everybody else. What's crazy about the SEC, you go, man, that weekend, how about that weekend? How about these? How about, and then you end up naming almost every series. Yeah, we've been talking about Utermark today offensively. Now, Ole Miss is in a shift, okay? They got 3 defenders on the right side of second base. They take Randall and move him to what would be a deep middle second base position. They have enough confidence in Utermark that they're going to put him in the shortstop position, which is a natural position for him. But they got that kind of confidence in his range and his abilities, and we've seen it tonight, the way he's played third base.
I mean, we were told that coming into the weekend, and obviously Utermark's been in this league a little while now, so we've seen it. But if you hadn't seen him play at all and just watched tonight, you would have said, yeah, that guy can play. He got a lot of range with some of the plays he's made at third, and poise, too.
He just plays the game with ease. I mean, I haven't seen a whole lot of emotion out of him. I mean, he's in his comfort zone out there.
And Calhoun punches out Livingston. So now 10 consecutive Longhorns have been retired. Texas still with that 4-3 lead after that solo homer from Bourba in the 4th.
This thing, it just took off at the end. I looked up on the board. It acted like a changeup almost, but I looked up on the velocity board, and it was 91. If that's a splitter, it's the hardest one I've ever seen.
So Ethan Mendoza at the plate. He has the other big swing tonight, the 3-run homer to tie it in the 3rd. So he and Bourba have driven all 4 runs on those 2 swings. Speaking of big swings, Arkansas just had a walk-off home run to beat Mississippi State in the opener. Over in Baum Walker, it was T.J. Pompey. Not the only walk-off tonight either. How about South Carolina and Florida? A staring contest, scoreless going at the 10th, and it was a leadoff double for the Gators. Got a sac bunt down and a sacrifice fly. Won it for Florida.
That's old school extra inning baseball.
Grounder is slapped to the left side. There's Utermark again, throwing from midair, makes the play. He's had himself a night.
Yeah, he does such a good job arranging over to his left, and he's got long reach with those long arms, but he's at ease. Man, he is in his comfort spot over. Watch his range over to his left, reach, get his feet set up just enough on the run. Good-looking third baseman.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not a SportsCenter top 10 play, but it's really this buttery nature of the way he makes it happen that really just kind of impresses you.
He needed to make it because if the ball got deeper to the shortstop, it was going to be bang-bang at first base with Mendoza hustling down the line.
I get you hungry there using the word buttery? Well, I got myself hungry.
Yeah, did you? Well, yeah, that's self-imposed.
It sure is. 2-0 on Carson Tinney.
Carson Tinney with 2 outs right here. Is he going to go trying to ambush or hunt a fastball? God, that thing is, I mean, I don't know how you don't swing at that. I swung at it from up here, and I mean, I would have been so sped up looking for that 94, thinking he's going to give me a fastball. It was a good job of laying off of it.
Gets it over for a strike this time, 3-1.
Yeah, about a 3-0 slider.
Yeah. No such thing as a fastball count anymore.
They're not giving in to him. Because they know the kind of power he has as well.
Hard hit. What a stab from Utermark. Oh, he robbed him of extra bases. Judd Utermark, a wizard over there at third. And Ole Miss has the heart of the order coming up.
That's Brooks Utermark right there. Brooks Robinson. This is unreal. Watch him lean out, full extension, get up with that big 6'4" frame and fire a missile over to first base to end the inning.
The Ole Miss Bats got it going in the top of the 3rd, plating 3 runs to take the early lead off of Ruger Riojas, but it was Texas answering back in the bottom of the third. A couple of gritty at bats, and then a first pitch 3-run bomb to tie it from Ethan Mendoza. And then an inning later, Casey Borba. It's just his 5th home run in the last 5 games. He's having fun.
Yeah, he is.
Look at our game summary. See that 3rd inning there for Ole Miss, getting those 3 runs. Not a whole lot going outside of that. And so far, Ty, neither bullpen has blinked. Scoreless work from both sides. And now it's going to be the lefty Ethan Walker replacing the lefty Hayden LeFew. 4 of the next 5 Rebels are left-handed hitters.
Well, they're Texas, meaning they're going to the left-left matchup. Walker's been good against left-handed hitters. You can see it's a different arm action. You just don't see this all the time. It's a low 3/4 arm action, puts a lot of pressure on those left-handed hitters front side to have to sit in there a little bit longer, try to hit the ball back up the middle and the other way.
Now 1-1 on Furness, and Ethan Walker, who spends a little extra time every day getting that mustache manicured.
He must.
Texas in the shift with Mendoza, the rover, in shallow right. And now looks like Walker's signaling a pitch calm issue. And Jeff Head, the home plate umpire, will give it to him without a violation.
Yeah, they're going to go out and talk to him about it. You know, sometimes, let's just sometimes the equipment does get it. You know, I mean, it is what it is. How about that? It's baseball. And so, and you got issues with nowadays. And I would make this. I would make this debate. I would use the word argument. Debate about how much it really has changed. You know, sped the game up.
Yep.
Because this happens often enough. You know, and then they got to go, you know, get it fixed or get a new battery or whatever it may be, and then sometimes it doesn't work and you got to call timeout. And so I mean, the timing of games are the same. The inning timing are the same.
And now here comes Coach Schlossnagel. Is he looking for?
No, I think he's asking him if he charged him a visit.
Yeah, clarification on what exactly the decision was there.
Yeah.
If that was a mound visit or a tech visit. So 1 ball, 1 strike on Will Furness. Ole Miss with the heart of the order up here, trailing by a run in the 8th. Big opportunity. And Walker takes a strike. Beg your pardon, Furness takes a strike from Walker.
That's a tough breaker. That's right there on the edge of the plate. Even if you swing it, you would have to really be set up to hit the ball towards the left center scoreboard. That ball running away from Furness.
Then you see that frisbee.
Yeah, it is. It is a frisbee. And Texas in a pull side shift now. And Mendoza plays so deep in these shifts because he's comfortable and confident that he can close down on balls. He's in the rover spot.
This one served to the left side of the infield, but it finds the only man over there. So Rodriguez makes the play.
He was the only guy on the island over there on the left side. He does a good job of just securing the baseball and making an accurate throw. You can see what Walker can do to your barrel with that breaker. He can just slow when it's at left man. He can just slow that barrel down to those left-handed hitters just trying to create contact.
And now Tristan Becerra, 1 for 3, an RBI single in the 3rd, sandwiched by a couple of swing and strikeouts. One-run game here in the top of the 8th. Game 1 of 30 in the SEC grind. Texas trying to continue their undefeated streak. How about that through the front door?
That ball starts behind your hip. And it comes all the way back around. You were calling it a frisbee. That's a great, almost like a boomerang.
Yeah.
It goes around and comes back, goes all the way back around.
0-2.
Tell you, we've seen some defensive plays out here tonight, too. Both teams. I mean, the double play Borba turn, and then Utermark, which I showed my age by calling him Brooks Robinson.
Hey.
You reference him. There's a lot of other nowadays third basemen that are just as good. But he has been dynamite over there.
Ooh, I didn't miss by much. Well, I do know there's a lot of younger fans out there learning a little baseball history tonight, Ty, and that's thanks to you.
I don't know. Maybe, because he was really good. I mean, he was thought of as one of the best defensive third basemen in the history of the game.
And look, I know it was, a few years ago for Brooks Robinson, but there are still some highlights out there you can watch. And let me tell you, I don't care what the quality of the footage is, it'll still really, get your jaw dropped.
Playing on those old dusty dirt fields too. There wasn't turf, and and they didn't water it down back then.
Lofted to left. Pack charging in. Is he going to get there? No, it drops. And Ole Miss has the tying run aboard at first.
It looked like Pack was going to be able to close down and make a diving catch. The hardest dive to make is when you're running straight at it. And he dove in it. And originally when I saw it, when I was trying to watch it live from up here, it looked like I thought he caught it, but he did. He took a step back. He hesitated just a little because it was a bigger swing, and you rely on what you see and hear. And we're going to see a pitching change with the right-handed Reuter coming to plate. Texas is going to match it up with a right-handed pitcher.
So that'll do it for Ethan Walker. As you said, bringing in a righty here to face Colin Reuter. Let's take one more look at this effort from Anthony Pack.
It's a tremendous effort. He's closing in on it with his speed in his glove, and then his glove turns over. I couldn't tell. I didn't see the ball bounce. And the webbing, the top of his webbing hit the ground first, taking the glove off his hand, and then the ball coming out.
And for what it's worth, Anthony Pack, a freshman, started every game this year. Nearly 2/3 of them have been in right field. This is only his sixth start in left. But like you said, that first read taking a step back.
Yeah, maybe it was a brief step, but again, he closed. Now that happens all the time. But what he did, he showed his speed by being able to close down on that ball again. Again, the ball came out when his glove, the top of his web, the end of his glove hit the ground first, taking the glove off his hand. If he'd have been able to slide his hand and his fingers under that ball just a little bit, then he'd have been able to secure that ball, and it would have been a Sports Center catch.
See Aiden Robbins tapping Pack on the back. Yeah, let's take a look at what Texas has brought out of the bullpen, and that is Thomas Burns, flamethrower tie, and the back end of this Longhorn pen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a more than firm fastball. It's a power fastball coming out of a tall frame, and it's a downhill fastball. He likes to get up in the zone, meaning he likes to pitch with that four-seamer up top to get guys to chase it. You can see that strikeout-walk ratio, 11 strikeouts to 5 2/3. But it is a power fastball.
So if you're Colin Reuter waiting on deck here, when you step into the box, what do you think his approach might be?
Well, you got to get on time with a fastball. That's it's one of his best pitches. Now he's got a good breaker and a good slider. Now, he does. When I keep referring to the power fastball, that's what he's known for. But yeah, you got to get on time with his fastball. If not, he'll beat you with it. That doesn't mean he doesn't come in here the very first pitch and drop a breaker or try to land a breaker. But you're going to have to get ready as a hitter and be on time.
So Bissett the tying run at first. One down here in the top of the 8th, the SEC opener, Texas and Ole Miss. And Colin Reuter is 1 for 3. What'd you say about flipping a breaker in there for a strike?
Yeah, right.
Swing and a miss at 98.
That's firm. Let me tell you, the fastball's getting busy. If you're Ole Miss now, you're definitely trying to read any kind of breaker in the dirt. Anything that gets away, you're trying to get to second base.
Instead, it's 99 above the letters.
I'm assuming if he did throw 100, it would show up on our screen? Or that
Yes,
it goes up to 100?
We do have 3-digit capacity.
Is that? All right.
1-2. That one low in the zone at 97. Reuter fights it off.
Yeah, he did a good job just getting to that. Because that was a down and away fastball. And all he would, but either foul it off or you're going to trap it and hit it to the second baseman. But to be on time with it, knowing he does have a breaker in his arsenal that he can use.
1-2. And he went to it. Got 90.
Right. That used to be the average velo in fastballs back in the 80s and 90s.
Second baseman Ethan Mendoza positioned just to the right of second, up the middle. 2-2. Burns blows him away.
Yeah, he comes back with a breaker right here. All speed in a minute, and the bottom just falls out off of it, just coming off of that 97-mile-an-hour heater the pitch before.
And Texas in position to improve to 17-0. Still 4 more tough outs to get, but if they do, it will be their best start to a season since 1982.
You said it. There's 4 tough outs left in this ball game. I'm telling you, man. You heard both these coaches talk about there's such a razor thin, margin of winning and losing in this league.
And Luke Romine pinch hitting for Tate Sermon, so wanting to get a left-handed bat back in there. Strike one. Grounder, softly hit to second. Mendoza on the run and on the money. One out single stranded. Thomas Burns closes down the 8th. Texas still with a 4-3 lead. Well, there were some big names in the transfer portal this past summer, and I'm not saying Aiden Robbins was the biggest, but certainly nobody bigger. Look at the numbers he's put up so far as a Longhorn after leading the Cape Cod League in batting average last summer, but he's been slowed tonight by Ole Miss pitching. A chance to get some insurance here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, look at that with those 3 to 5 hitters right now. But look, the type of pitchers they're facing tonight, that's going to happen. I mean, that's just the way this is. These guys are that good. Their stuff is that premier, that elite, however you want to say it. And then on top of it, Ole Miss played, played really good defense tonight as well. But Aiden Robbins, you're right. I don't know that there was a guy in the portal that was sought after anymore either. Carson Tenney was too, the Texas catcher from Notre Dame, but he's lived up to his billing, that's for sure.
Spent 2 years at Seton Hall. All Big East first team selection last year for Robbins. Takes the first pitch strike since Hudson Calhoun. Texas offensively, Ty, they got that go-ahead homer from Borba to lead off the 4th. Then Jaden Duplantier singled. Since then, not a base runner. 12 in a row retired by Ole Miss pitching.
Well, that guy in the middle of your screen right there with 23 on the back of his jersey, he's got a lot to do with that.
He's retired all 6. Has not given up a ball out of the infield. Although I do think Judd Udemark should get some credit for that as well, given the play he made to end the 7th.
Yep, made a couple of them. That I don't think every third baseman makes them, even though they weren't, you know, diving. Not all of them were diving plays. Those balls that everybody goes, oh, we made an error in the 5th. Well, because it was a tough hop, you know. But he's managed it over there today now.
That one spiked way in front of the plate. 2-2 on Robbins. Ole Miss, of their 3 losses this year, lost in extra innings to Baylor. Took it on the chin against Coastal Carolina in that multi-team event out in Texas. And then lost to Southern Miss on Tuesday night in walk-off fashion. Those are the only losses. Get 2 of those coming at the Bruce Bolt Classic down in Houston at Dyken Park. Tough assignment week 1, having to go on the road to the #2 team in the country. Payoff pitch coming to Robbins. And there is the first base runner for Texas since the 4th inning.
Well, and look, everybody's going to, you know, he's going to not gain a hit out of this. But that right there is an unreal at bat against a guy whose stuff is like first time Calhoun's gotten into a 3-ball count and went to that slider. Remember, he landed that slider in a 3-0 count to Tenney. I'm sorry, it was a second 3-ball count. But he sat in there and took it and gained 90 feet. And now you got an opportunity here in the 8th to extend your lead, which makes you at least give you a little bit of breathing room going to the 9th.
Now Adrian Rodriguez 0 for 3 tonight.
You're sitting right in the middle of your order with Adrian Rodriguez hitting the 4 spot tonight. You got Robbins on hitting in the 3. There's a lot of people go, what do you bunt here? Maybe you do that minute, but he's such a good hitter, and then you got a good runner at first base. I mean, there's so many different options. You saw the first pitch, he was taking it, you know, bunting wasn't part of his mindset, at least on the first pitch. And you can see they're keeping tabs on Robbins right now because he can run.
And for Rodriguez, this is his first time batting from the left side tonight. He faced Elliott in his first 3 at-bats.
You got to remember, too, you got the right side open because the first baseman's having to hold Robbins, so your pull side ground ball can get through.
Now behind 0-2.
So it's reading ball and dirt. There's no dirt on the field, obviously, but it's the if you think there's a breaker count as a runner at first, if you're not trying to steal, you're watching to see the depth of a pitch, meaning if there's a chance it's going to bounce. Because if you see it early enough and you know it's going to bounce and hit his chest protector, and you're a good enough runner, you can get to second base and get into scoring position if you read it aggressively.
How early can you read it?
As soon as you see if you're watching it out of the pitcher's hand, you'll read it 3/4 of the way to the plate that ball's going to bounce.
And there he goes. Robbins steals second without a throw. Who needs to read a dirt ball when you can get a jump like that?
He didn't. He got a secondary. He got a great secondary. And I mean, that's about as easy as you're going to get. When I say easy, that's about as clean as you're going to get as a base runner. He jumped out, got into his secondary, read the timing of it, of Calhoun going to the plate. Came up with almost an uncontested steal.
And now Texas is 3 for 3 in stolen bases. And although Ole Miss has out-hit Texas 8-4, the difference is the slug for Texas. They've hit 2 home runs. Ole Miss 7 singles and a double. But a single right here is all Texas needs to add to this lead.
Well, I mean, if you're thinking about Adrian Rodriguez right here, right now, he would love to get a base hit. But your other alternative is if you hook a ball to the right side, get your runner over to third base with a ground ball 90 feet away with less than 2 outs. God, he may set a record for foul balls here. I'm telling you, he sees so many fouls, so many balls off. I don't know what the record is, if that even exists, but
we'll get Josh White on that.
yeah, well, he would get a standing ovation if he came up with a big hit, or like we just talked about, something to get that runner over 90 feet to third base.
2-2. Got him. 95, and Rodriguez couldn't foul that one off.
No, that is a good-looking fastball. That's 95 straight downhill. Calhoun gets to the top of his delivery, and I mean just powers that fastball straight down through the kneecaps of the strike zone.
And now Timo Becerra, the last hitter that will get his first look at Hudson Calhoun. Calhoun feigns a throw to second.
I'll tell you what, I go back to that last pitch he struck out Adrian Rodriguez with. That is a mean fastball, straight downhill. In that moment, you're probably looking secondary, just trying to foul a fastball off if you can.
Spikes that one, and Robbins thought about trying for third, but stands pat.
Yeah, didn't get far enough to the right. And remember, if it goes to the right of the catcher, as he's facing the field, that means he's got to go further, pick it up, and then throw against the momentum going to get it over to third base. So you'll see those runners, if they know it's going to the right of catcher, often gamble, but that one didn't get far enough away.
Yeah, we mentioned Austin Foley has had some challenges at the plate, but Coach Mike Bianco going on and on about how well he has done defensively, keeping balls in front of him. I know there's some errors in there on some throws and some fluky plays, but as far as framing and keeping the ball in front of him, he's been as good as anyone in the country, according to Coach
He just
Bianco.
did it right then. I mean, that was a great job of getting to his knees and blocking the ball, and then able to capture it quick enough to keep the runner, the speedy Robbins, from getting to third.
Ole Miss trying to get to the ninth inning down by just a run, which after looking at Thomas Burns, that's going to be a steep enough hill to climb.
That first couple guys he faced, that was a challenging fastball he was throwing there.
Timo Becerra, see his numbers off to a tremendous start in his first year at Texas after transferring in from Stanford. Strike at the hollow of the knee.
Yeah, the power. I mean, I saw this young man play his freshman year at Stanford, and he's a nice player, a good player, great college player, right? Man, that guy's going to hit a lot of singles and doubles, and he's gotten to Texas, and there's power. I mean, the one he hit at Dyken Field, it was on the train in left field in Houston.
Like you said, you saw him play at Stanford. This guy's going to help you win a lot of games, but not necessarily with the long ball. That's changed this year. And now he's ahead 3-1. And particularly in the last 8 games.
Yeah. Yeah, not bad, right?
He hit just 4 home runs in 430 at-bats at Stanford. About 5 in 30. Might have taken a shot there, 3-2.
Why not? I mean, look, if it's something in the middle of the plate, take a big swing at it. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you get to do what? Go to the next pitch. It's just what that swing was, an aggressive setup. I'm going to try to see something in here in the middle. But if I'm swinging, it's going to be an aggressive swing.
And he coaxes a walk. Second walk of the inning. So 2 on, 1 out. And now Anthony Pack, but how about that take from Becerra in that spot?
Go to the next pitch, right?
Yep.
He knew the 3-1 pitch. I'm going to take it. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I got the confidence to go to the next one, and he did. Fastball down to the knees, a downhill fastball that's hard to take, particularly with 2 strikes and a man in scoring position. But that's that strike zone recognition that these teams, both these teams, but particularly Texas, because they see just so many pitches.
As a team tonight, they've averaged over 4.2 pitches per plate appearance. If you're over 4, you're among the top 5 or 10 in the country. And this ball is blasted deep to right. See you later, Anthony Pack. Welcome to the SEC.
Anthony Pack jumps his first pitch out, and I mean, just smothers it with his barrel out to right field. And obviously to create a three-run more cushion going into the night, wanting a big hit, comes up with it. And Texas just keeps the power coming for the 3rd home run tonight.
And how about the similarities in the sequence of events to what we saw in the 3rd inning? Seeing it here again in the 8th. 2 walks to put 2 on, and then a first pitch bomb.
Going back to that, got to get into the strike zone. That brings the middle part of the plate into play.
And now Borba, hard hit, 1 hopper is through. And after Ole Miss had retired 12 consecutive Texas hitters, the Longhorns have erupted here in the 8th.
Now, get a look at this. That is a middle fastball, elevated. And as a hitter, when you see it, your good hitters don't miss it. And Anthony Pack did not miss it.
We talk about Casey Borba, his home runs. Pack is now homered in back-to-back games. And that'll be a pretty cool moment for the freshman. First SEC game of your career, and you deliver what looks like could be the knockout blow.
You know, this game's so crazy, right? And so beautiful. The play in left field, he was upset with himself. He was going to make a diving play to help his team, to hold it right there, not allow Ole Miss to get any, momentum. He was we had the camera on, you could see He was disappointed, but how beautiful and how crazy this game is. He gets a chance to come up to help his team in the 8th. And boy, did he deliver with 1 out and runners on 1st and 2nd with a 3-run homer.
Now Hudson Calhoun, a visit there from Austin Foley.
I mean, look, the idea of hitting a 3-run homer is already exciting if you do it, right? And you can see the excitement out of him. But knowing that he thought he needed or wanted to make that catch out and left, probably added just a little, maybe 1 or 2 more jumps in the air of, look, I came back, or look what I just did. And again, it would have been an unreal catch, by the way, if he had caught it.
We talk to a lot of guys in a team sport like baseball. If you feel like no matter how small the hiccup, you get a chance to make up for it. That goes a long way. And now Duplantier shows a bunt, drops it down third base side. Tess Udemark, who makes the play seamlessly. Borba is up to 2nd. And now they're 2 out.
Well, this is a play it's a drag bunt down the third baseline. Put some pressure on Udemark to have to come up and make the play. He probably bunted a little bit too hard. But what's your end result? Is it you're out at first base, okay, but guess what? You got a guy in scoring position at second base now with 2 outs.
And Josh Livingston, who drew a 8-pitch walk there in the 3rd inning before that 3-run Ethan Mendoza homer, takes outside ball 1. For Ole Miss in the 9th inning, they will have the bottom third of the order, which means if they get a couple of guys on, they'll have some bats they like. coming to the plate. But still one more out to get here in the 8th. And of course, we will have the second game tomorrow, Saturday afternoon. It is a 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central first pitch. (3-0), and quite honestly, Ty, I mean, I don't want to oversell one pitching matchup over the other because all 3 days we've got some pretty exciting arms going.
Yeah, it's a weekend in the SEC.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I agree. Look, I do. And I thought tonight both those guys lived up to who they are. Both starting pitchers. Now, it's interesting now, did they turn Austin loose on a 3-0, but it was a ball anyway.
Yeah. That'll flip the lineup over. But it'll be Cade Townsend tomorrow for Ole Miss, who takes a 17-inning scoreless streak to the mound. And Luke Harrison going for Texas. And for Ole Miss, they're going to go to a different arm. Hudson Calhoun goes 2 2/3, but gives up 3 in the 8th. And Texas in control late in their SEC opener. It was a dagger from Anthony Pack Jr. for 3, giving Texas a 4-run lead here in the bottom of the 8th. First pitch swinging, and man, just look at that excitement. And now, looking at the newcomers for Texas, Aiden Robbins transferring from Seton Hall, Timo Becerra coming over from Stanford, and Anthony Pack, a freshman. I think those guys feel comfortable in the burnt orange.
Yeah, they're wearing it well. I can say that. And look, you know, between the first two, Robbins and Becerra, there's no telling how many Division I at-bats those guys have. So that's the experience and maturity that they represent as hitters. Anthony Pack is a freshman coming in and, you know, from the West Coast, coming into brand new space and time for him. And a lot of times freshmen have a hard time adjusting because they're not used to seeing that type of pitching over and over and over. He's done just fine adjusting. And look, he's not as big maybe as some of the other guys physically in the lineup. I've seen back-to-back games from him, opposite field on Tuesday night homer, and then a pull-side homer we saw tonight.
Regardless of the size or physicality, the bat speed is off the charts for Anthony Pack.
Yeah. Bat speed, and you can have bat speed without always having power, right? You got to get to one side of the baseball or another, or the right side of the baseball to be able to generate, you know, power like that, line drives or homers. He's got good eye-hand coordination to go with it as well.
So the junior Owen Kelly, a transfer from St. Louis, takes over. His first pitch to Mendoza is in for a strike. Texas 7 runs tonight, all driven in by the long ball, 3 homers. And there was some talk entering the season, Ty, about how, you know, the wind conditions could impact this game. I don't think any of those home runs were affected by the wind.
No. They were all hit. I mean, those are home run swings and velocity off the bat.
Kelly's been more of a long man for Ole Miss this year. He's had outings of 4 innings, 3 innings, 2 2/3, but right now just tasked with getting 1 out here in the 8th and seeing what the Rebs can do with their final licks in the 9th. Lifted into right center, long run, but Becerra gets there, and that ends the 8th inning. But a 3-run 8th, all on one swing. Anthony Pack Jr., his SEC debut, and he's a headliner. The Texas Longhorns, a 7-3 lead as we go to the 9th. 3 outs away from getting to 17-0, which would be their best start in over 40 years. And they will turn to Thomas Burns, who got the final out of a one-run game in the 8th, and now will face the bottom of the Ole Miss order here in the 9th. And Texas, the SEC regular season champions last year, trying to start off their title defense with a win. And Braden Randall takes a strike.
College baseball coaches, historically, if you're on the defensive side of it, because of the aluminum bat, it's college baseball, you never really feel overly comfortable. And if you're the offensive side of it, you always feel like you got a chance, but for the same reasons. Which is why I use the verbiage that the 9th inning is a whole nother experience.
Yes.
And a whole nother game within the 9-inning game. It's just my own personal opinion. Nobody dreams about laying in bed hitting a home run in the 5th. It's the 9th.
Well, some of us, Ty, were dreaming about hitting any home run of any type growing up.
Right, but everybody always says it's bases loaded bottom of the
Yes,
9th,
exactly,
right? That final inning. They're not
yep.
talking about it's bases loaded in the 5th. And so everybody's heart rate goes. That's why I think it's always been thought of that you got to have special guys out there on the mound to close out to get that final out.
Well, it's been well known by anybody who's ever stepped between the lines, but outs 25, 26 are different, and out 27 is really different. But Thomas Burns has been the guy at the back end of the bullpen. Junior out of Hortonville, Wisconsin, a little southwest of Green Bay. And a hit batsman begins the 9th inning, and for Ole Miss, Ty, the name of the game is base runners.
That's exactly right. Trying to create any kind of base runners first in order to score, create some tension, for Texas off the mound or defensively. But you're not making a comeback without base runners, and there's one way to do it right there. Walk, hit batsman, error, base hits, whatever you got to do to create base runners.
And while Ole Miss has the bottom of the order coming up, when you're trailing by 4, you have to get guys on anyway. And if you do get in that position where you've got a few runners on, you've got your top hitters at the plate. And Austin Foley is 0 for 3 tonight. Fourth time Ole Miss has got the leadoff man on, but he's only coming around to score once.
That's good stuff from Burns. I mean, you can see it even just watching it on TV without, if you didn't see the velo. I mean, it's got, angle to it, downhill. It's got velocity to it.
Hard hit, foul. Got around on 94.
I think it looked like it ran back into the middle end part of the plate. And I'll tell you another thing about the 9th inning. I've seen umpires get uptight. All of a sudden, that strike zone that was strikes were here are now not. And, I mean, it creates a whole nother mindset for people.
And even if Ole Miss doesn't come back to win the game, there is benefit if you're the Rebels by forcing Thomas Burns to throw a lot of pitches, just impacting his availability for tomorrow and possibly Sunday.
Now you
3-2.
Find yourself in a 3-2 count. This is the big. Well, they're all big, but this is a big pitch and a big moment now. If you're Ole Miss, you're thinking, how do we get another guy on? How do we get to the the tying run into the on deck circle or get him to the plate?
Time to dance. 3-2. High ball 4. And Ole Miss has 2 men aboard here to begin the 9th inning. Ty, it kind of reminded me of the 7th inning sequence we saw when Federico got aboard with that single 3-2 pitch to Dom Decker, but he struck out, and next thing you knew, the inning was over a few pitches later. This time, Ole Miss gets the man on.
Yeah.
And now the tying runs in the on-deck circle, and a mound visit coming here from Texas pitching coach Max Weiner.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously, Thomas Burns is not out there trying to hit guys and walk guys, but, you know, being able to execute in these circumstances, too. Pitching coach going out, hey, catch your breath. Everybody, you know, exhale, deep breath, whatever you need to do to put yourself in the right frame of mind, because you got to get back into the strike zone and remind yourself not necessarily just in the middle of it. You still got to be able to execute pitches on the outer parts of the plate as well, and more than just your fastball.
So mound visit adjourned, and we've seen Texas be hyper aggressive in situations like this. Couple of walks or hit batsman in a walk, and that next hitter has come up and gone after. But the ninth inning in this situation, you're not the tying run.
I don't think so. I mean, I you know, they may green light him, but you've got a hit batsman and a walk, so that he may be taking right here. We'll get a chance to see it. Oh,
my goodness, 94. I don't know exactly where it got Federico, but it was up around the head area, and all of a sudden the bases are loaded and nobody's out.
Now this ball's not even close to the plate. It's right at Federico. Does a good job raising his arm to keep it from catching him in the upper part. We'll see what Texas decides to do. I got to think they're going to make a move after that. A walk and two hit batsmen. Yeah, Coach Schlossnagel's out of the dugout, and they are going to make a move.
Well, Ole Miss down by 4, had the bottom of the order coming up in the ninth, but all three have reached. The tying run is at the plate. It's the top of the lineup, and the Rebels have a lot of life here in the ninth. Top of the ninth, base is loaded. Tying run at the plate. Ho-hum here on a Friday night in the SEC as Cal Higgins steps into the tightest of spots. He's going to try and find a way to lock this down for Texas in the top of the ninth. He transferred from Western Kentucky to a good start so far this year, but has given a few base runners and some walks there in that brief work, but also has the 9 strikeouts to match.
Well, we talked about the ninth innings, a different night. I mean, a different experience and a different game in itself. And here we are. I mean, now you look up what Texas extended the lead to what you feel like is a little more, not always comfortable, as we talked about.
Yep.
Metal bats, college athletes, you never know. And got the tying run, not at on deck circle. He's at the plate.
Decker to bat, and I tell you what, the guy in the on-deck circle might be having the best night of anybody tonight. Judd Udemark, 3 hits tonight, and he's taken away about 3 more.
Yeah, he sure has. I mean, all pull side hits. The double was a left center, hit, but it was a missile hit halfway up the fence in the outfield. One of the better bats I've seen in a long time, but young man's had an extraordinary night tonight, defensively and offensively.
So Udemark waits on deck, but first it is Dom Decker, who has reached in every game this season, including a walk and a run scored tonight. And Higgins misses outside, ball 1. And the Texas fans getting a little restless.
It's what you got to be able to do as a reliever. Bases loaded, doesn't matter if you miss for the first pitch. You've got to be able to go back to a breaker, and you got to be able to land it for strikes. Otherwise, those hitters will start looking, if you miss with a breaker, he's coming with a fastball. You still got to be able to throw it in those moments.
And lands 2 of them to go from 1-0 to 1-2. Infield back for Texas, hoping to turn 2 here. That double play depth. Ground ball right side. Borba will take the sure out at first. A run comes across to score, 7-4. And 1 away in the ninth.
Yeah, I think that's a hey, let's go get it now. We're not going to spin and try to turn the double play. You're trading outs at that moment with a 4-run lead, now a 3-run lead.
Well, regardless of which way this game goes tonight, Ty, this next at bat will be one you talk about. Yeah. Judd Udemark. 10 home runs this year. He represents the tying run. And he takes inside ball 1. 39 career homers. Chance to launch his 40th and tie the game here as he runs down Kyle Gordon. Big swing and a miss.
Yeah, that's that harder slider, 85-mile-an-hour slider. He'll back and make it a little bigger sweeper, around 79, 80 miles an hour. That one's a little more attack, a little more velo to it, and bite right under the barrel of Udemark.
Swing and miss. He went back to it.
He may try to expand the zone right here with that same breaker at the bottom of the catcher's mitt. Try to get him to swing over the top of it.
Oh, Texas fans thought he had swung and missed, but Udemark got a piece of it. Hadn't that been the theme tonight with him with 2 strikes?
Yeah. Guy just battles. I mean, it's personal. I mean, look, this guy's that good a hitter. There's that little more of a sweeper breaker to it, trying to bounce it in there to get him to swing over the top of it.
Mike Bianco came out of the third base dugout. I couldn't tell if he was talking to Udemark or the umpire.
Just making sure he had time to get ready.
Yep.
That ball hit him on the leg.
So another 1-2 on the way from Higgins. Another 2-strike foul.
Udemark's approach on that pitch was different than the ones before. This was, I'm going to sit in the middle and try to hit this ball back up the middle and the other way, because that was an off-speed pitch at 80 miles an hour as well, and he fouled it off back to the right side instead of pulling over the top of it.
Scooped high in the air, foul ground. It'll be playable, and Borba makes the catch. Huge out in the ninth.
What a huge play and an unbelievable catch. Mendoza's pull side. He's got no help really behind him at the beginning of this play. The ball with the wind out of the south blows back to the field. And we get another look at this. This ball's fouled off. See, Mendoza was all the way behind second. Borba's out there by himself. Ball starts to feed back to the field. That's a lot of practice right there, making that catch and being in your home field.
And he has made 2 poised plays here in the ninth inning. And now it all comes down to Will Furnace. Tying run at the plate, ninth inning, 2 outs. Fans on their feet at Dish Falk. Ball 1.
Furnace doing a good job taking that ball. Was off the plate, not by much, but it was off the plate. Furnace doing a good job taking it.
Furnace just 1 home run this year. 3 men on the right side of second base. Ooh, didn't miss by much. 2-0 on Furnace. Preseason second team All-SEC selection. 0 for 3 tonight with a walk. 3-0.
Ole Miss, you got to be thinking, take right here. Try to find a way to get the tying run on base.
Strike on the inside corner. 3-1.
We've seen 2 3-0 breakers tonight.
Number 27, Cal Higgins, looking for the 27th out. Ball 4. The tying run is at first. And here comes Tristan Becerra, the cleanup hitter.
Yeah, ball didn't miss by much. Hard to tell all the time if it catches the plate or not. We're going to see, I think we may see a pinch runner. See Ole Miss right now trying to get a, yeah, they're going to pinch run for Furness. It's your tying run, so you're going to swap speed for a ball hitting the gap. Why did that way anything, you got a chance to score him from first base.
So Cannon Golden, freshman out of Buford, Georgia, replaces Will Furness at first. And it'll be left on left. Tristan Becerra, Ole Miss's leader in RBI with 26 this year, looking for 3 more. And that nearly hit him, ball 1.
Yeah, Higgins has had a little better command of his slider, that harder slider, and maybe he's had with his fastball.
Hit high in the air, deep to right. Tristan Becerra, a 9th inning grand slam to give Ole Miss the lead. Unbelievable.
I mean, he hits a absolute no-doubter. The moment it leaves his bat, he knows it and backflips it, but it was a sweeper breaking ball at 77 miles an hour, and he was sitting breaker, and he got it, and I mean, it is a no-doubter to right field. We get another look at this. Right in the heart of the plate. And he knew it the moment he hit it.
The 27th out, the toughest to get, and that is the first hit of the inning for Ole Miss. 2 walks and 2 hit batsmen. And now 5 runs have come across to score, and the Longhorns are going to go back to the bullpen.
I tell you what, welcome to the SEC opening night. I mean, excitement all over the conference, and it's certainly here tonight as well in Austin, Texas.
Well, Ty, you said it just 15, 20 minutes ago. You dreamed about hitting that grand slam with the bases loaded in the 9th inning. And for Tristan Becerra, you got to live that one out tonight. One more look at this swing.
Man, I think he was sitting breaker. It's that sweeping 77-mile-an-hour breaker right in the middle of the plate and also right in the middle of his barrel as he drives this ball out to right field.
We have had some late inning dramatics across the league tonight, huh?
All over the league. I mean, again, we talked about it earlier in the game, and all the coaches in this league say it over and over, maybe in different ways and different voice, but they're meaning the same thing. There's such a thin line of and a margin of winning and losing in the SEC. And you know, both these head coaches know it, and now we're seeing it opening night in the SEC. And look, we got 4 more outs to get, 1 for Ole Miss and 3 for Texas at that point as they go to the bottom. When they get out of this, they go to the bottom of the 9th.
And Ole Miss are looking for a win over a top 5 team. They've faced a few ranked opponents so far this year, still looking for their first win over one. And man, this one would be huge. So a 5-run 9th inning complete with the Becerra grand slam, and now Colin Reuter facing Brett Crossland. For Texas in the bottom of the 9th, they will have 2, 3, and 4 coming up. But as you said, Ty, still another out to get. And the Longhorns turn to the freshman from Phoenix.
When you start drawing up pitchers' bodies, this is what they look like right here. I mean, he's a freshman. I mean, that's. I think we're having some technical issues again. Get a good look at that 1-0, a 1.69 ERA and 5 1/3, but only one hit and only one walk. And it's really good. You know, it's a plus 90 fastball.
And that one hit, for the record, a solo homer. And like you said, the numbers are great. He's been in the strike zone. Ahead 0-1 on Colin Reuter. Chopped foul into the third base, so that's hard to do from the right side.
Yeah. Well, you know, Ole Miss, the power's been part of their offense, a huge part of their offense, and it'd been mainly singles and a double, and you know, but not the big power out, you know, that they've had all, you know, leading up to tonight. But they got it in a big moment.
Carson Tinney wanted the call from Jeff Head, didn't get it. It's 1-2, and you know, it's funny, Ty. You're going to look at this score 8-7. You're going to have to tell people that at times this game was really well pitched.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But some big swings, 2 3-run homers for Texas and a grand slam from Ole Miss. 1-2. He got him. But Ole Miss puts up 5 runs to take the lead on the Longhorns in Austin, Texas. Trying to rally when we come back. Ole Miss with an 8-7 lead, and Taylor Rabe is on the mound, the right-hander who started Tuesday against Southern Miss. Now comes on trying to lock down this SEC win. He's got 1 save on the season. And that strikeout to walk ratio will catch your eye, 14-1.
Yeah, I mean, look, that one walk. I mean, when you're going in to try to close out a, you know, a 9th inning, walks and free bases become what just last half inning just showed that what that value is for the offense. But sure, that's why this young man's out there right now. ERA and his stuff, innings pitched, strike out an inning, a little over it.
Well, he's going to face the teeth of this Texas lineup, and the Longhorns in danger of suffering their first loss of the season. They had a 7-3 lead going to the 9th inning, but 2 hit batsmen, 2 walks, and then a grand slam from Tristan Becerra. Now, because Cannon Golden pinch ran for Will Furness, Colin Reuter has moved from the DH spot to first. So Ole Miss has lost the DH, something that the Rebels hope won't matter if they get a 0 here from Rabe. And Carson Tinney leads off, fouls it straight back, strike 1.
Well, you get a look at the first fastball at 97 miles an hour, and again, probably 15 minutes ago, he didn't think he was going to be in this ball game. And then as soon as they started getting runners on, he took off down to the bullpen thinking, all right, this might happen.
Missed him at 97 as Tinney had a jackknife out of the way.
I think if he had a choice, he would have turned into it right there. That would have been so painful and hard to do. Look, that's a natural reaction to get out of the way of something coming at you that hard.
Yeah, good luck overriding that hard wiring. And a strike. Lands at the bottom of the zone.
That's a 91-mile-an-hour cutter. The ball shapes up, moving right to left just a little bit. Not a huge breaker.
1-2.
It's a little more of a more conventional breaker now, not the velocity at 87, but that's a
shape.
When I say, more of a slur, but would have been called a slur back in the day.
2-2 to Tinney. Swing and a miss. Beat him down and in at 97. 1 away here in the 9th inning.
You get another look at this. This is a fastball in on top of Tinney. That just ties him up. That's it. Look, you get 2 strikes on you. You recognize fastball in. You're doing your best to get some kind of contact with it. He's unable to at 97. That's a rough fastball.
And now Aiden Robbins. Robbins entered tonight as he takes 99 outside. As Texas is leading home run hitter with 6, Casey Borba has matched him tonight. Tying run at the plate, bottom of the 9th. Bounce deep in the hole, it's short. Flag down by Randall. Throw from deep and beat out by Robbins. Reuter couldn't hang on to it anyway. And Texas has the tying run aboard.
Base runners any way you can. This ball's not hit hard, but it's hit in between. The third baseman is shortstop. Randall's got a range over to his right. He knows Robbins can run. He's hustling down the line. He's got to go to his seat on a slide to pick up the ball. Unable to come up with it at first base. And now Texas has the tying run at first base and the winning run at home plate with Adrian Rodriguez.
Rodriguez 0 for 4 tonight. Batting from the left side.
Well, there's a lot going on here in the sense you got a really good runner at first base too with Robbins. And now Rabe is, he's right at that 1.5 timing-wise to home plate, maybe 1.4 to prevent him from running. We'll see. He's going to go.
There goes Robbins. He has the base stolen. The pitch is low, and a base hit could tie it up.
I told you there was a lot going on because you could see he was starting to extend his lead and get a little bit of language like I might try to get out of here and steal second base.
Texas now 4 for 4 tonight in stolen bases. Robbins has 2. 2-0 on Adrian Rodriguez.
That's a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. You're not used to that in college baseball all the time. Now we're starting to see more and more of it. We're starting to see 3 digits of it now in college baseball.
Ole Miss lost in walk-off fashion on Tuesday, trying to avoid a similar fate. Rabe's 2-1. And he gets it to strike 2, 99.
Yeah, go in there and check on him, make sure he feels all right. Here we go. That's a 2-2 count. Rabe has battled back into it after being down 2-0 or behind 2-0.
2-2. And Rabe steps off the mound, throws down to second.
You have to. If you don't pay any attention, he'll steal third base. You wouldn't think with a left-handed hitter he would, but if he gets a good enough jump, he's a good enough experienced runner, you better pay attention to him.
Robbins the tying run at second. Rodriguez at the plate. Swing and a miss. 99. Rabe climbs the ladder, and now the Rebels are 1 out away from an SEC opening night win.
He gets Adrian Rodriguez to chase this elevated fastball up at 99, as you mentioned. It's just so hard to catch up to that. Now Texas down to their last out.
Ole Miss trailed 7-4 with 2 outs in the 9th, but Tristan Becerra, a grand slam to give the Rebels the lead, and now they'll try and finish off Texas. And Becerra takes outside ball 1.
And now the interesting thing, if he does come up with a base hit, your outfielders, if you're Ole Miss, have got to be really good about reading whether they got a chance to throw him out or not at the plate, because if you don't, what you don't want to allow is Becerra to get to second base, because he's going to be reading the throw. coming out of the box if he comes up with a hit.
At 98, in for a strike. Yeah, there are a lot of thoughts and scenarios swirling around everyone's heads.
Yeah. It's the 9th inning.
A different beast. 2-1 on Becerra. You described the 9th inning as a whole different game. I felt like we watched one game, innings 1 through 8, very entertaining.
It is.
This 9th inning has been chaos.
It is. It's a different, another game and another experience.
Rabes 2-1. Did he go around? Yes. Jeff Head rings up Becerra for strike 2 from behind the plate. And now Texas down to its final strike.
And that tells you a lot about his fastball. He got Rodriguez to chase elevated fastball. Becerra, who has great strike zone recognition as well, got him to chase and check swing with a ball elevated, or his fastball elevated out of the zone.
Here we go.
He was trying to go elevated again a little bit and didn't quite get it up there. And it was far enough down that Becerra was able to get to at least a piece of the bottom of it to foul it off. And he was trying to go a little bit higher with it.
Full count. Anthony Pack Jr. is on deck. He homered an inning ago to make it 7-3 Texas, what we thought was going to be the knockout blow. Hardly. Full count on Temo Becerra. 3-2, shoots it through the right side. Robbins racing around third, and he will slide and score. The game is tied.
Friday nights in the SEC, and this is unreal. What a game. Both of these teams going back and forth in the 9th inning. Becerra coming out with a 2-strike, 2-out single to the right side, bringing in the whole field hitting-wise, and goes the other way just past the second baseman. Right fielder comes up, makes a strong throw to the plate, but a Speedy Robbins is able to get in ahead of it. And now Texas has the winning run at first base.
And Anthony Pack Jr., the true freshman who might have hit the biggest homer in his life an inning ago, has a chance to have an even bigger swing here in the 9th.
Now you got Becerra's 4 for 4 stolen bases on the year as well. You roll the dice if you're Texas, if you feel like the timing matches up to allow him to try to steal second. Ole Miss having the same thoughts as well.
Keep in mind, Colin Reuter just checked in to play first base this inning, replacing Will Furness, who was pinch run for in the top half of the 9th. Winning run at first. Strike 1.
I mean, this thing is going back and forth.
It's really
It's been so much
incredible,
fun watching it from up here, and so many different things that have unfolded or can unfold. Fans booing the pick, but I'd be shocked if you see another one too. Either way, Becerra, if he doesn't try to steal, we talked about earlier, he's going to be trying to read ball and dirt, anything he can to get into scoring position.
0-2, a high strike called on Anthony Pack. And Ole Miss now a strike away from getting to extras. This game was 4-3 at the middle of the 8th. The true freshman back at the plate. And another pickoff throw to check on Becerra.
Ole Miss now has changed their defense with their infielders and has moved Utermark over in the 5-hole, where normally would be, in between a shortstop and third baseman.
Becerra is taking off. Now he retreats. The pitch is a ground ball into center field for a base hit. And Becerra is going to have to hold at second.
There's a lot to unfold right here. So he didn't go. He tried to early jump. He was trying to time Rabe's move to home plate. You watch, he skips out and he's going to go steal second, but then he doesn't go to the plate. He goes back, and now the ball's hit through. And he would have been at least to third base. If he'd have gone on, he would not have scored, but he would have gotten all the way to third base. And that's going to warrant a visit now from Ole Miss's pitching coach. But he was trying to time, just like what Robbins had done twice tonight already. They were coming set, you start counting 1,001, whatever the count may be for you as a runner. And he had it stolen. And he got out there and said, I got to go back because he could step off and throw me out at first, and he was right by that. But man, this thing just keeps going back and forth, and now Texas has the winning run at second base where a single can possibly win the game.
And Casey Borba has hit 5 homers in his last 5 games, including a solo shot back in the 4th inning, an absolute bomb. Nobody has been hotter than Casey Borba for this Texas offense.
They don't have to have a home run now. They would take a fist shot right over the first baseman's head.
14 for his last 25. Rabe fires. The first pitch strike. I feel like we've played a full SEC season in one night. This is the first of 30 for both these teams. Will it end here? 0-2. Does he stick with the fastball?
It's just so hard to go up there and get that. If it's above your hands, right above the letters, right at the top of the triangle, or just a little bit above it even, triangle meaning the catcher's mask. For hitters, it's just so hard to get there in time.
That time Borba lays off, a little further off the plate.
Yeah, it was out, away from. Those hitters are looking for something in the white part of the plate, and when you put it in there, they see that's middle, but then it's hard for them to recognize that it's elevated and at 99.
Ray with the 1-2. Swing and a miss. We're going to the 10th. Texas, down to their final strike, ties it up. Don't go anywhere. We got a lot more coming. Well, after 9, we are tied at 8. And Brett Crossland, number 88, will continue to work here in the 10th. And to be honest with you, Ty, I'm not sure we can summarize this game in just this graphic, but our group did the best they could. Tristan Becerra with a go-ahead grand slam. Temo Becerra, the game-tying RBI single down to his final strike. And at some point hours ago, Hunter Elliott and Ruger Riojas pitched.
Yeah, they did. I mean, there's a lot. That's a small screen, and it describes really what happened, but there was a lot more. There was a lot more happening as well.
And maybe the most amusing part of the night so far, Ty, is when that 9th inning ended, we went to commercial break, and I'd say, I don't know, about 55% of the fans headed for the bathrooms.
Yeah,
because
they didn't want to miss what was going on. I don't blame them.
Well, and it felt like we were about 1 or 2 minutes away from the end of the game for the last half hour. And yet,
here we are.
Here we are. And here's Brett Mosley getting his first at bat of the game. He came in as a defensive replacement in the 8th. He is 3 for 8 on the season, but has 6 RBI and 2 homers. He's ahead in the count, 1-0. Mosley, a redshirt freshman from Trussville, Alabama. Out in front of that one. And if you're joining us late, it was a 4-3 game after the fourth, and it stayed that way until the bottom of the eighth when Texas had a 3-run homer to make it 7-3. Looked like that was going to be the final blow. Defense shifting to the right side in the 1-1 count. 1-2 now.
Yeah, if he's going to use that overhand breaker to a left-handed hitter, there's a good chance that he's going to, you know, on a ground ball would pull it or get over the top of it. Texas decided now to go to, as you were referring to, a pull side defense.
And we've seen that on these two foul balls.
Yeah, the interesting thing for Texas too, like they can move Rodriguez over to the right side, and Becerra moves over to short, which he's played in his life too. So you got 3 shortstops out there for Texas, or former shortstops.
Mosley spits on that one, but it was 7-3 going to the ninth. 2 hit batsmen and 2 walks brought the go-ahead run at the plate. Tristan Becerra with a 2-out go-ahead grand slam. And then Texas scratching across a run on that 2-strike, 2-out single from Timo Becerra. And that's a strikeout to begin the top of the 10th as Crossland pulls the string on Mosley.
Yeah, this thing just like it grabs a parachute and just starts falling down. Watch this thing just start sinking and running down and away from him. Big time pitch and a big time moment here in the ninth.
And now Braden Randall, who led off that 5-run ninth for Ole Miss by getting hit by a 2-strike pitch.
That changeup he just threw right there was tough on anybody.
Fastball misses low. And while Ole Miss has lost the DH, they're still a ways away from getting back to that spot in the lineup.
And if it does, we'll be able to explain to everybody what that means.
Served foul and sharply into the stands. Looks like everybody's okay. Well, I suppose it figures if it's been over 100 years since Ole Miss went to Austin, they may as well make up for lost time and put together a heck of a game. Swing and a miss. Got a little wrinkle in it, 1-2.
It's an 89-mile-an-hour cutter. I was looking back in my scorebook. The pitcher will be in the first baseman's position, Furness's spot, hitting-wise.
1-2. Yeah, Furness was in the 3-hole. Randall currently in the 7-hole. So again, we could be a ways away from that being a factor.
You become a straight 9 lineup. There's no DH, no 10-person lineup anymore at that point.
2-2. Have a seat. So Brett Crossland has come in. He struck out all 3 men he's faced.
Get another look at this. The bottom just falls out of it again, and it's hard to imagine when you look up at a radar gun. It's telling you 90 miles an hour, and the bottom's just falling out of these things.
And now Austin Fawley. And Ty, obviously the big swing there in that 9th inning was Tristan Becerra, but Fawley taking that 3-2 pitch, that really got things going.
That's a great point. Yes, that's right.
That put 2 on with nobody out, and things unraveled from there in the 9th. Fawley hit 21 home runs last year. Was 4th in the SEC. Hasn't quite found his footing offensively yet this year. Crossland gets the call, 1-2.
Crossland so far doing a really good job, obviously getting the ball in the strike zone. Being able to show him two different, maybe three different looks. With his cutter, his breaker, and his changeup. Look out!
Oh my goodness. Oh my.
I'm sorry.
No,
I saw it coming.
I'm with you.
He called timeout, and apologies to the fan, but I was a natural reaction. I saw Tenney stand up, called timeout, started walking out, and Crossland was dealing it. He was about to let go of it.
Yep. Able to let go of it in time. How does that impact the at-bat, you think, just emotionally?
I don't know. Doesn't happen very often.
Deep breath coming here for Crossland. Austin Foley trying to lock in as well. One, two. And Crossland torches the Rebs in the 10th. Strikes out the side. And now the Longhorns try and walk it off when we come back. Game 1 of SEC play has delivered and then some. And this may be March, but it feels like June.
Oh my gosh, it does. I mean, both teams down to their finals out in the 9th inning. Obviously, the biggest blow, Ole Miss's grand slam with 2 outs. Texas comes back in the 9th. Sarah down to his last strike, singles of the runner at second to tie it up. Here we go with Texas trying to walk it off in the 10th.
Taylor Rabe is back to work. He came in the 9th with a chance to close it. Gave up a run on 3 hits. And Texas will send a pinch hitter to the plate to begin this 10th inning. Ashton Larson, transfer from LSU, has started several games this year, but with a lefty on the mound. He began tonight on the bench, and now he gets a chance to hit. And Utermark playing in front of the third base bag there.
Yeah, trying to take the drag bunt away. Early in the inning with the pinch hitter, guy that can run.
And Larson rakes one into right. The winning run is aboard.
Larson coming right off the bench, coming up with a leadoff single. A cutter that stayed elevated enough. He was able to get a good enough swing, get the barrel, and get it to it, get it out to right field. We get another look at this. That cutter just stayed elevated enough. It's a good looking swing. It's not easy coming off the bench. We're going to see a pinch runner now. It's going to come in to run at first base for Larson.
And keep in mind, Ashton Larson, he didn't play on Tuesday either.
This is Maddox Mansour going to run.
Freshman from Carrollton, Georgia. So Mansour represents the winning run. Josh Livingston scheduled to hit next after a brief conversation between Austin Foley and Taylor Rabe.
That's just making sure he knows what they're trying to do if it gets down to a bunt. Trying to remind him, you got a better runner now at first base, so you're gonna have to make sure you do a good job of holding him. And now we go back to what does Texas do offensively here, sitting at the 9, holding the lineup with the leadoff guy coming up. Do they go to a bunt game possibly?
Only 3 sack bunts for Texas as a team this year, but they also haven't been in many close games the way they've been scoring runs.
Well, that's a pick trying to see if they're going to show bunt. He did, but it wasn't a full show. I mean, it was after he'd already picked. He showed, he would put the barrel out there.
Rabe deals. Strike one. You think bunt makes the most sense here with your top of the order coming up?
That's your choice as a coach to decide whether it does or it doesn't. You got the right side where the first baseman's holding it, even though they're in a shift. But these are moments that coaches know their personnel.
Maddox Mansour, as we said, a freshman from Carrollton. This is just the 8th game he's gotten into, but he is 2 for 2 on stolen bases. Oh, 2 on Livingston.
He had a good swing at that. He fouled it right back, but oftentimes when you foul a ball straight back, you're right on time with it. You didn't get, obviously, enough of the baseball or to the middle of it, but oftentimes that'll tell you were right on time. It was at 97.
And Rabe, he milked a lot of that pitch clock there.
He wasn't going to throw a pitch in that situation. Yep. He was holding the runner at first, and they can see how long they've got on that pitch clock as well, but just trying to make sure that Mansour wasn't trying to get out there and steal second base.
Another pickoff attempt. I imagine Mansour's heart's got to be racing a little bit. Freshman put in as the winning run in the 10th inning. So far, he's been alert. .96, too tall.
Well, they've tried to throw the ball in 2 of the 3 pitches in this sequence for Livingston.
Left side of the infield wide open. Judd Udemark, he's playing short, and it almost looks like he's playing short, shading up
he's playing,
the center.
He's playing up the middle short.
Yeah.
Just get a good look on your screen right there. I mean, that's as pull side as you can get.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Rabe finishes off Livingston. 1 down.
Exactly. He gave it his 87-mile-an-hour cutter.
And Ethan Mendoza, a 3-run homer back when the sun was out in the 3rd inning. That tied the game at 3. And the winning run at first. And Taylor Rabe trying to make it stay that way. What does it take for Mansour to take off?
I mean, it's going to be his timing, whether he feels like he can get a jump. He's done a good job, Rabe has, of holding.
And a little tapper rolling out to short. Only play is at first, and it's made by Braden Randall. But now the winning run is in scoring position. 2 out.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna ground out in the infield for the second out of an inning, you know, at least you advance the runner 90 feet to get him to second base into scoring position.
And now Carson Tinney with a chance to be the hero. Transferring in from Notre Dame. First year as a Longhorn, first SEC game. Takes the first pitch strike.
Yeah, they weren't even attempting to try to hold Mansour at that point in time at second base. They were making sure their defenders were back, covering their area. I mean, I think at this point, even if he did run, had a good enough jump, they'd leave him be, but they want to cover as much turf as they can.
Touch high at 97. We have officially played over 4 hours tonight. And Ty really hadn't felt like it.
No, I mean, it's been too much going on. Too much excitement.
Tinney chases 1 and 2. It was a 2-strike, 2-out hit that tied the game in the 9th from Becerra for Texas. Tinney's going to try and win it with a 2-strike, 2-out RBI. We're going to the 11th. Taylor Rabe, calm under pressure, throws up a 0. Wait, you've missed a lot. Anthony Pack, a 3-run homer in the 8th inning to give Texas a 7-3 lead. Ole Miss down to their final out. How does a go-ahead grand slam sound from Tristan Becerra? And then in the bottom of the 9th, Texas was down to their final out, their final strike. Timo Becerra, a game-tying RBI single. And after Texas threatened in the bottom of the 10th, Taylor Rabe got out of it. We find ourselves in the 11th on a Friday night in Austin. And Brett Crosland's going to continue to work.
You said if you joined us late, it depends on what your late
Yeah,
was. If
true.
it was late in the original 9 and you caught it and you joined us in the 9th, you caught a lot of it.
Yeah, true.
Or the 8th to the 9th,
Yeah.
you grabbed a lot of it.
If you joined us then, you might be asleep because you're exhausted.
That might be.
So Texas trying to move to 17-0 for the first time since 1982. Ole Miss trying for a top 5 win. Hayden Federico is going to lead off. And Texas back into the shift. Nobody on the left side, and Federico was thinking about a bunt. And he was hit by the pitch. Pulled it back in time. And he was hit by a pitch in the 9th inning and scored on that grand slam. And now looks like the trainer's coming out for Ole Miss to check on Federico. But with Texas moving 3 of their infielders to the right side of second and Rodriguez stationed out at short, I think Federico was thinking about picking up a free hit.
Yeah, I mean, they had abandoned the whole left side, and so what he was trying to do is just bunt the ball past the pitcher or down the line. He would have been able to, safely get to first base, and that slider ran in and caught him on either the shin or the knee. It looks like he's going to be okay.
Yeah, let's take one more look at this here. So you see him square around.
Oh, yeah, got him just above the kneecap. That is so painful on that inside thigh. The only place that's even more painful than that is when it does hit you right on that knee bone on the inside part of your leg.
So Federico representing the go-ahead run. They want to make sure he is good enough to run, one of Ole Miss's fastest base runners. And now how does Ole Miss play it? They've got the leadoff man aboard, Dom Decker, their leadoff hitter at the plate. Takes outside ball 1. By the way, Maddox Mansour, who pinch ran, has remained in the game. He moves to left, and Anthony Pack has shifted from left to right. And as we speak, Timo Becerra has come off of third base, and he's now stationed on the right side. And Crosland finds a strike.
Well, the wheels are turning. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
And the other piece you talked about during the break, Ty, was that pitcher spot is coming up. Again, Ole Miss has lost the DH. Colin Reuter moved from DH to first. And that ball leaks through Tinney, and off goes Federico. And heads up play by Adrian Rodriguez to go cover third because of the shift. Nobody was there. But that's going to be a wild pitch that moves Federico into scoring position. And at a 3-1 count, how does Ole Miss want to play this?
Yeah, that ball went to the right side, and Tenney was having a hard time finding it. And now I think that, I mean, I would assume they're going to let him take a swing at it, either drive him in or move him over.
And Decker is hit by the pitch. Texas has now hit 4 batters tonight, and all of them in the last 3 innings. So 2 hit batsmen and a wild pitch. Entering this inning, Crossland had faced 4 hitters. He struck all 4 out.
Yeah, and that's got the bullpen going in Texas's bullpen right now. But yeah, it was so good and clean. But he's hit 2 guys back to back with his cutter.
And now Judd Utermark. He's already got 3 hits tonight. Ole Miss's leading home run hitter. And with that, Jim Schlossnagel is out of the dugout. And before he heads to the mound, looks like he wants to have a conversation here with Jeff Head. Is he checking the mound visits?
Nah, he's buying time. I'm going to go to the home plate umpire, make sure I've got enough, visits left, and it's a way to just create a little bit more time for your guy in the bullpen who was trying to get ready.
So Texas back to the bullpen. Ole Miss in position to take the lead here in the 11th. Feels like a few guys tonight have earned all conference honors in the first game. Judd Utermark is one of them. 3 hits tonight. Blooping one in earlier, and then a couple of violent swings, including that 3rd at bat where he put together one of the best that you've seen in a while, Ty.
It was an incredible at bat. Fought off, I think, 4 different types of pitches, and then finally got one he could hung in there long enough, get one he could drive, and almost drove it through the fence and left center. And that's not counting the countless plays he's made at third base tonight. I mean, this young man's had a banner night.
Feels like he's taken away 3 hits along with the 3 hits he's picked up. And here's a look at his ranks inside the Southeastern Conference. 10 home runs, one of just 11 hitters in Division I baseball with double-digit homers this year. Of course, hit 22 last year. I'm not sure there's a guy Ole Miss would rather have at the plate right now than Judd Utermark. For Texas, they might say the same about this senior, Max Grubbs. He's been in a lot of big spots over the course of his career, Ty, and he was a big get to come back to campus and eschewing pro ball.
He's done it all. He's been a back-end reliever. He's been a mid-reliever. He's been a starter. I don't know that there's a situation he hasn't been in before as a pitcher here at Texas.
And he relies heavily on the slider. 3 men on the left side of the infield for Texas. And a line drive hooked over the heads of the infield, racing around third, and a stop sign thrown up by Mike Clement. The bases are loaded with nobody out for Ole Miss.
He jumps on a first pitch fastball thinking he's going to try to get ahead in the count. It was a good job. We get a second look at this. Right in the middle part of the plate. This young man's had such an unreal night tonight for Ole Miss.
And how about the pitcher spot coming up here with the bases loaded and nobody out, and the Rebels will turn to Owen Pano, who will pinch hit. The sophomore batting from the left side, infield in for Texas.
We were talking about it. Once they took their DH and put him on the field at first base, that nullified the DH. And that meant Rabe went in at that point in time into the game for Furness in the order. And now they're obviously going to have to go to the bullpen again.
1-1 on Pano, who is 4 for 11 on the season. He's gotten a couple of starts. Two and one.
That ball looked like it was close almost to catching him on the foot.
Sure did. Bases loaded, nobody out for Ole Miss. They scored 5 runs in the 9th with a grand slam from Tristan Becerra, who waits on deck. And that gets to the edge of the home plate circle before Tinney pounces on it. And Federico scurries back to third. He thought about it.
It didn't look like the ball was in the turf. It looked like it hit off the heel of Tinney's glove or mitt and then squirted away from me, and he was having a hard time finding it because the umpire got between him and the ball.
Grubbs has to throw a strike. He does not, and Ole Miss has the lead here in the 11th, 9-8, and still nobody out.
Now Grubbs goes to a slider, trying to get him to swing over the top of it and swing and miss at it. Does a good job of recognizing that it was ball out of the strike zone. It's an RBI with a walk.
So Federico scores. 3rd run he scored tonight. Infield still in. And Becerra already won grand slam tonight. He took a mighty hack at that first pitch. Here's a look at that grand slam. 2 outs, 9th inning, down by 3. Check that, up by 1.
It's almost like he was sitting breaker. It was that sweeper breaker as opposed to the slider. And it landed in the middle of the plate and in the middle of his barrel.
The transfer from Clemson, Tristan Becerra. Swing and a miss, 0-2. He faces an infield pulled in, but also an infield with 3 men on the right side.
Yeah, and everybody's going home. I mean, they're going to obviously throw up because the infield's uptight. What would be the edge of the grass dirt line, but what is a white line.
Ground ball, handled by Mendoza. He comes home. They get the force.
Well, let me tell you that's a great play by Mendoza. This is a great play. What almost happened, too, is you got a pitcher going over to cover. He's got thinking he's going over to first base, and he recognizes Grubbs does. He's got to stop because Mendoza comes up. We get another look at this. This ball's hit hard. Mendoza makes a great play. See, Grubbs was going over to first and stopped. Mendoza still makes a good enough throw to get the lead runner at home for the first out. Now Texas will back up and try to play for 2 in the middle.
And Reuter swings and misses the first pitch from Grubbs.
Your third baseman's now, if the ball's hit glove side to his left, he'll try to go to second base and turn the double play. If it's hit slowly at him or not hit very hard, then he'll go to the plate with it.
Colin Reuter 1 for 5 tonight. He struck out in his last 3 at-bats. Grubbs just aching for a ground ball. Got one foul into the Ole Miss dugout. Crowd has thinned somewhat. Still a lot of fans here. 1-2. Ground ball, chopper to third, to second, to first, in time. Texas turns it. That took a perfect throw from Ethan Mendoza. Had to get a lot behind it.
He does. This ball's hit. Check out the bounce right here. It's high enough. Becerra does a good job of getting to it. Perfect feed to Mendoza. Mendoza over to Borber for the inning double play.
We have seen everything tonight. Big swings, big pitches, and some big defensive plays as well, as Ole Miss has a 1-run lead going to the bottom of the 11th, just like they did in the bottom of the 9th. But the Rebels, they were hoping for a lot more than just 1 run in that 11th inning, Todd. But tell you what a play from Timo Becerra.
Yeah, he gets stuck in between. It wasn't hit hard, right? So his only choice is to go to second because he wasn't going to be able to get him at home because it was deep enough. And he makes a perfect feed. And then Mendoza does an unbelievable job on the transition of getting it in and out quick enough and making an accurate throw to first base to get the double play, to get out of there without any more damage from the Ole Miss offense with the bases loaded.
And now Landon Waters out of Grenada, Mississippi. He's going to make his 7th appearance of the season, yet to give up an earned run.
Both teams using several guys obviously out of the pen. When you get this deep into a game, I don't know about deep, you get this far into a game, I guess would be the better way to describe it. But because the pitcher came up in the DH, in Furness's position because they had burned the DH, they then had to make a pitching change.
Taylor Rabe, although he gave up that run in the 9th inning, goes 2 innings, strikes out 5, and got out of a tough situation in the bottom of the 10th to force this game into the 11th. So Aiden Robbins is going to lead off. He scored the tying run in the 9th. And he takes a strike. This has been just a terrific night. Unless, of course, you're one of the coaches in the situation, in which it's, how you feel about it will depend on how it ends. Ground ball stung sharply out to second. Decker, 1 down in the 11th.
If he'd have been in regular position, that'd have been a tough play for a second baseman ranging over to his right, but they were pull side just enough on Robbins. Ended up being a routine ground ball to him.
Only 2 undefeated teams left in the country. USC is 18-0. They beat Northwestern today. And Texas. With Adrian Rodriguez at the plate, he is 0 for 5. Nice stag there by Jaden Duplantier, who actually was in this game, believe it or not.
Both of these teams now, when they've had a 1-run lead, have not played no doubles, which a lot of coaches don't, pull side.
And that was a similar pitch that Rodriguez went after in his last at-bat to strike out in the 9th. Now he's down 0-2, but it feels like that's a place Ole Miss can go to attack him.
Yeah, that is the second time, as you mentioned, that they've been able to do that. He sees elevation, and he's trying to do something special for his team to come up with a double or a homer.
And now time is called, and
they're going to get him for a pitch clock.
Pitch clock violation, so 1 and 2. Rodriguez in the cleanup spot. Ground ball back to the box. Randall ranging over and makes the throw. And now Ole Miss again 1 out away from a win.
Tell you what, that young man's played good defense tonight. He's made about 3 or 4 plays ranging first half of the game to his right, back into the 6 hole, this time back towards the middle, towards second base, as he goes a long ways to get this ground ball to throw out to Speedy Rodriguez.
And now, for the second time tonight, Timo Becerra steps to the plate as Texas's final hope came through with a 2-strike, 2-out RBI single in the 9th to get us to extra innings. He takes outside ball 1.
And what a veteran that bat it was. He fell down in the count, brought the whole field into play, was willing to hit a ball back up the middle the other way. And he did. Comes apart right now. We're as a hitter with nobody on in a 2-0 count. you may go hunting a certain window that you want that ball to fall into, and if it does, take an aggressive swing to try to get an extra base hit.
2-0. There's a strike. That's kind of been Becerra's MO this year, according to Coach Schlossnagle, that he's picked his spots well to get a little more aggressive, and he's launched 5 homers this year. He had just 3 over his 4 years at Stanford. Ahead in the count here, 2-1. Off the plate, 3-1.
Well, he threw him a 2-0 slider. I got to think he may go right back on a 3-1 slider at this point as well, but count obviously in Becerra's favor.
(3-1). And again, Texas and Becerra down to the final strike.
He did. He went back to that cutter on the 3-1.
Can Waters close the door? Ball 4 and the tying run to first, the winning run to the batter's box.
That's going to bring up Pack now, who's got his home run of the night as well.
Ole Miss will shift. Dom Decker stationed in shallow right. Shortstop Randall to the right of second base, and Judd Udemark a little off the line at third. Strike 1 on the freshman Pack. 3-run homer back in the 8th inning. Felt like it was going to win it for Texas. Made it 7-3. Rebels scored 5 in the top of the 9th. and 2. Longhorns again down to their final strike for the 3rd time tonight.
He hit that ball late. The third baseman was pulled over, and I thought there was a chance that ball was going to get down the line when he first hit it.
0-2. Waters strikes him out, and Landon Waters turns out the lights on opening night. Ole Miss wins a thriller in 11.
Get another look at this. Slider, cutter, elevated, off the plate, runs back, and Tice's Pack to swing at it. And Ole Miss comes up with a huge win on the road on opening night in the SEC, down 4 in the 9th inning. And they come roaring back and find a way to hang in there and beat Texas on Friday night.
And Ty, there were so many winning plays in this game. It's a shame one team has to lose, but as you said earlier tonight, razor thin margin in this league.
Yeah, every coach will tell you that. The margin of victory or loss is just so unbelievable and so thin. But tonight, it was Ole Miss's night. They found a way to get it done with 2 outs in the 9th. And then they come back again and score here in the 11th, and then hold off the Texas offense in the bottom half.
1 down, 29 more to go for both these teams. SEC play has begun. And in Austin, it was an extra inning seesaw thriller as Ole Miss prevails, taking game 1 of the series. We'll have game 2 for you tomorrow, 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central. But for this evening, we thank our director, Cole Shelton, producer, Brandon Rudy. For Ty Harrington, I'm Wiley Ballard saying so long and good night.